Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to first ask all the board members and staff to please turn your mobile devices to silent, or any other devices you have to silent. For members of the public, you may notice that board members are accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They are using their devices to access board meeting materials that are in electronic format. If you are a member of the media and require assistance or information, please see Aaron Bone in the back. Aaron, thank you. This is an official business meeting of the Medical Board of California, and disruptions of the board's business will not be tolerated. Government Code Section 11126.5 allows a board to remove people who willfully interrupt a meeting and to clear the room if order cannot be restored by removing or muting the disruptive people. We will have a designated time on the agenda for public comment on items not on the agenda, and we will ask for public comment on all agenda items. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment on an agenda item and you wish to speak on that item, please raise your hand or come forward and you will be recognized. As Sean mentioned, this meeting is also being streamed via WebEx. Individuals attending the meeting remotely via WebEx will have an opportunity to provide public comment and will be assisted by the host who is facilitating the WebEx meeting. During each agenda item, the host moderating this WebEx event will activate the hand raising and Q&A features of the WebEx and will ask anyone wishing to make a public comment to indicate so by raising their hand or entering yes in the Q&A window. The host will then call on individuals who indicated they wish to make public comments by the name provided by the individual, which may be a pseudonym. When called upon, the host will unmute the microphone of the individual and they will have 3 minutes to make their public comment, but this time period may be reduced depending on the number of people who wish to speak so that more people may be heard. The host will audibly announce when 30 seconds remain to conclude the public comment. After the individual's time for public comment has lapsed, the individual will be placed back on mute, and only one public comment per agenda item is allowed per attendee. During agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda, the board has limited the total public comment period for individuals to 40 minutes. Therefore, after 40 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. During public comment on other agenda items, 20 minutes will be allowed for each comment period, and after 20 minutes, no further comments will be accepted. Again, each person will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. I'd like to remind speakers to please stay on topic and keep your comments to the allotted time or less. Today's meeting will be run according to the Open Meeting Act as required by law, and we do plan to end today by 5:00 p.m. I'd like to call the meeting to order now. It is 12:37 p.m. and Ms. Struther, if you could please call the roll.
Dr. Ayala Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Arkatov.
Here.
Ms. Chung.
I'm here.
Dr. Mahmood.
Yes.
Ms. Rimke.
Here.
Dr. Solis.
Here.
Dr. Thorpe.
Here.
Dr. Tolbert. Ms. Torres. Dr. Sai.
Here.
Mr. Watkins.
Yeah.
Dr. Yip.
Here.
Ms. Lawson.
Here. Thank you. A quorum is present. I would like to remind the members again that we will be taking a roll call vote on all action items. Moving right along to agenda item 2, public comments on items not on the agenda. And before I ask for public comments, I would ask individuals making comments to please not discuss pending complaints, pending licensing applications, or pending disciplinary actions that may come before the board for a decision. Such discussions would be considered ex parte communications, as they could provide information to the members that is outside of the record in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act. Therefore, such discussions could create a conflict and lead to a board decision being challenged in Superior Court. The board can receive public comments regarding the board's processes in general, but it cannot receive specific comments on specific case circumstances where a decision is still pending. In addition, the board requests the public to address the board as a whole and not individual members. Please be aware that public comment during this agenda item should provide information to the board members and is not a discussion between the board members and the public. The only action that board members can take is to listen to comments and decide whether they'd like a future agenda item on the topic. No other action can be taken on the item at this meeting. Though this may seem at times like board members are not being responsive, following these guidelines is critical to ensure that the rules of the Open Meeting Act are followed and to avoid compromising the speaker's goals or the board's mission. If you want to comment on an agenda item, please do wait until we get to that agenda item. Comments at this time are only for items not on the agenda. Please do limit your comments to 3 minutes. First, are there any comments from those present in the hearing room? Please come forward. I think if you could sit right up here, sir.
Hi, my name is Rob Gordon. I would like to start by addressing 3 groups of people. First, I'd like to address the people you call the patients advocates. Then I would like to address the public in general. Hopefully there'll be time. I have a few things I'd like to say to the board itself. Assuming that's okay, I'm going to proceed. First, I want to say to the patients advocates, I did not participate in that fiasco called the Physicians Health Program, but I am extraordinarily grateful for the hard work you did. And I'm sorry, I'm woefully unprepared for this meeting, but especially the woman who told her story to, I believe, the Senate, one of the Senate subcommittees. You stood up against an army of people. And I honestly don't remember if it was something a doctor did to you or if it was someone you lost. But if it was someone you lost in a place beyond space and time, that person is smiling down on you. I hope you rest. I hope you find some peace because you did well. We've got a big problem. An overwhelming majority of the California Senate voted for that initiative. And there's a huge disparity between what the public thinks, where this group is widely hated, yes, hated, and what the board says. So anyway, I am not a member of you. I do want to mention one thing, a part of your group, and I don't intend to be. I am not a patient advocate because I believe doctors get equally screwed here. But I do want to let you know that I intend to start a new initiative to abolish the Medical Board of California, not reform it. It has proven itself to be impervious to reform, and people should know that. It has structural problems that even if this entire group was filled with patient advocates, it wouldn't work. So last night, it's not ready yet, but I set up a new website. It's going to be abolishmbc.org. That should be ready by Sunday. I'm also going to set up a WhatsApp channel so we can talk. But again, the objectives will be to abolish the Medical Board of California. There is no percentage in working to reform. It simply doesn't work. It has not worked. It's never worked. It never will work. Quickly to the public, I want to give a warning, an important warning to you. There is a form on the Medical Board of California's website. Do not fill that form out, no matter what you do, unless you've already filed a lawsuit against the doctor you're complaining about. It's a trap. It's dishonest. This is not, well, you probably think this is a regulatory body. It is not. It is part of the legal system. It's not part of the court system, but it is part of the legal system. And what will happen if you fill out that form is you will end up losing every right you have. You will not be able to speak. They'll silence you, and they will give information to the courts, to the physician you complained about everything you said about that physician, and they will build a case against you. They will alter your medical records. You will not have a chance. Do not fill out that form, no matter what. Is my time up already? Is that it?
It is. Give a concluding comment.
To the board then very, very quickly. You are not a regulatory board. The closest analogy I can give to what you really are, you are the defense team for attorneys. In my case, you were the prosecutors. You prosecuted me in the worst way conceivable. And I have a lot more to say, but I'll respect the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Are there other commenters in the room? Please come forward.
Can you hear me okay? All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marian Hollingsworth, and I'm a patient safety advocate. I have followed the board since my father's death from deliberate medical harm in 2009. I've worked with the Patient Safety League and the Patient Safety Action Network. I've helped push several patient safety bills through, including SB 1448, which requires certain doctors on probation to tell their patients, and AB 1636, which bans doctors on probation from getting their licenses reinstated after surrender or revocation for sexual misconduct. I have read through thousands of cases, so it concerns me when I see new board members who may not have even read a decision or accusation suddenly being put in the position to make decisions that directly affect patient safety. Therefore, I'd like to ask for an agenda item detailing how new board members are selected, what previous experience is required, and in particular to explain why they are allowed to vote on cases before they have completed training, which according to page 15 of your manual, they have a year to complete. We've had some rather egregious cases in San Diego over the years, most of which favor doctors over patients. For example, a cosmetic surgeon was allowed to remain in practice after he was accused of second-degree murder of a patient. Yes, murder. There's a surgeon who was found responsible for 3 patient deaths who received a probation less than the board's own disciplinary guidelines. 3 deaths. There's an OBGYN who just got probation for the 3rd time for substance abuse and DUIs. So how many chances should he get? And don't forget, there was a doctor with 1,300 illicit pictures of women and minors on his phone who was allowed to remain in practice for months while his case was worked on. A patient finally tipped off a reporter, making the board look complicit and incompetent. Again, these are all local cases, and I can give names if requested. So while I welcome all the new board members, I implore you to take your oath seriously to protect the public first and foremost. Study the board's disciplinary guidelines so you won't be coerced into a lenient decision that favors the doctor. Treat these cases as if you were the victim or if a loved one was. In closing, I would like to request another stakeholder meeting since the board has had so many professional group meetings over AB 48 recently. And I would also ask that you consider the cost and convenience for the public with the locations of these meetings. Parking at this hotel is $65 and has to be valet. Metered parking only allows for 2 hours. I took the trolley, which required planning and a lot of aggravation. Again, welcome, new board members. Remember the public in your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comments. Are there any other commenters in the room? Okay, seeing none in the room, are there any public comments on WebEx? Sean?
If you'd like to make a public comment on WebEx, you can use the hand raising feature. There's also a new Q&A window called Slido. You can type something in there if you'd like. Hand raising is preferred, but either would work. First up here, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Michelle, you should be receiving that prompt.
Good
Afternoon,
afternoon. I'm Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. Just 2 years ago, this board held a very successful meeting in Bakersfield with one day dedicated to maternal mortality crises. While watching the Senate Rules Committee hearing, where Dr. Thorpe and Dr. Mahmood were up for reappointment, I saw that the senators lauded the physician board members on this board's efforts to communicate with the public, including hosting that board meeting in Bakersfield. At that meeting, we as a team asked the board to provide the public with a maternal mortality, maternal health report. At the August 2023 meeting, this board agreed to provide the public with the report. 2 years later, board staff still has not provided this report to the public. We have done our best to request that the board follow through on their promise to the public. I've met with executive staff a number of times to discuss this, yet still no report. Again, we are requesting that the board follow through with the promise to provide the public with the maternal mortality, maternal health report. Please provide the report at the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there additional commenters?
Next up here, we have Susanna Zarayski. Should be receiving that prompt.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, my name is Susanna Zarayski. This is my 3rd time speaking at this board this year. I am the citizen sponsor of AB 3119, which was passed unanimously in both the Assembly and the Senate last year and signed into law by the governor in September. This bill asks the different boards, including this board, to add a long COVID class to the continuing medical education program for doctors. And I am appalled that this board has not put this on your legislative agenda this year. We have a new surge of long COVID this summer. And that means in a couple of months, people are going to be diagnosed with long COVID. And there are very few medical providers who are trained in long COVID. When I got diagnosed with long COVID, I contacted Stanford Clinic and I had to wait. They told me I'd have to wait 6 months, 6 months for a first visit. I ended up finding a provider elsewhere. But there are people who are desperate. They can't get out of bed. They cannot take care of their children and their doctors don't know what to do with them. And I'm asking you to please add AB 3119 to your legislative agenda because doctors need to be trained in long COVID. COVID is not going away. People are still going to get long COVID, especially in the winter when cases go up. And if doctors aren't mandated to learn about this, they might not study it, and then they're not going to be able to help their patients. And it's your responsibility as the California Medical Board to make sure that your doctors are trained in all sorts of new diseases that are out there. And I think it's dangerous that your board has not put this on the legislative agenda. So again, add AB 3119 to your legislative agenda to make sure that Californians can get help for long COVID. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Next here we have Paloma Cerna. You should be receiving that prompt.
My name is Paloma Cerna, the mother of Elisa Cerna, who died in San Diego County custody on November 11, 2019. I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California. I'm here regarding Dr. Quoc Tran. His name is spelled Quoc, last name Tran, whose inaction directly contributed to Elisa's death.
I'm sorry, is this a pending matter, ma'am?
Oh, no, this is not.
This is involving a closed case?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So my daughter was a 24-year-old pregnant woman in obvious medical crisis. She needed urgent medical care. Instead, Dr. Tran failed to evaluate her properly, failed to intervene, and failed to ensure she was transferred to a higher level of care. Elisa collapsed and died on the jail floor. You revoked the license of Dr. Frederic Valente and Dr. Carol Gilmore when they failed Elisa. If Valente and Gilmore lost their license, then Dr. Tran must lose his as well. But I ask you now, why did you stop? People in custody are patient. They cannot choose their doctor. When a physician takes that role, the standard of care does not shrink inside a jail. It becomes more urgent. Dr. Tran violated that duty. I urge this board to act. Discipline Dr. Tran for failing to provide timely and appropriate treatment. Review all records from the sheriff department and jail medical contractors to hold every responsible party accountable. Issue clear guidance that physician working in custody setting must treat patient with urgency and escalate care when lives are at risk. My daughter's death was preventable. If physician can ignore suffering behind bars without consequences, more families will live this nightmare. Protect the public, hold Dr. Tran accountable, and also he's involved in another case. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Eric Andrus. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt.
To the new board members, let's be clear, you are not here to protect doctors. You are here to protect patients from dangerous doctors. That's it. Let's talk some facts. California ranks near the bottom nationally for disciplining dangerous doctors. Out of the thousands of complaints, only 3 to 4% result in discipline. That means the majority of harmed patients are told, too bad. Why does this happen? Because medical board leadership has other motives. Reggie Vargas answers to the legislature, which answers to the California Medical Association, the same club pouring money into campaigns to protect doctors, not patients. Carrie Webb, staff attorney, is not here for you or patients. Her job is to protect this board at all costs. She's lied before, she'll lie again, and when she gets called out, as she did with the Robert's Rules of Order fiasco, she just changes the rules so that she can't be proven wrong. Christina Lawson isn't leading this board for patient safety. She's leading it for her political future. She runs it like the movie Mean Girls, picking favorites, rallying allies, and alienating anyone who won't fall in line. The only difference is this isn't high school. The stakes are patients' lives. Christina Lawson is worse than the movie, though. She's the daughter of a respected doctor in dementia and Alzheimer's care who must be rolling over in his grave knowing his daughter laughs in the face of patient safety to chase politics and throw fellow board members under the bus if they don't do her bidding. Mark my words, if Christina hasn't approached you yet, she will. So will Webb and Vargas. If you've already been warned about me, do your homework. Watch old meetings, listen to all the patient advocates' voices leadership has tried to stifle for speaking the truth. Look at TJ Watkins' data and watch the news reports. Read deeply Kathleen Nichols' reports. And don't expect the Attorney General's office to be your ally for patients. Their unwritten directive is to cut deals and protect doctors because this board can't afford to discipline more than a fraction of the cases. That might make sense in business, but this isn't a business. It's a regulatory body with a clear directive, patient safety, a mission statement that's been violated for decades. The truth is out there. So when you hear victims cry their stories, when you see a dangerous doctor getting a recommendation for only a public reprimand, remember who you really work for. And when career climbers whisper weighted suggestions in your ear, remember why they don't want you listening to us, because the real truth threatens their power. Remember, the truth is out there and karma is waiting for you all. At the end of the day, you've got a choice. Play politics or do your job. You can be a mean girl like Christina or turn this board into what it is meant to be, a shield for patients against bad doctors. The choice is yours and the advocates are always watching and documenting.
Thank you for your public comment. Next up here, we have MG. Should be receiving that prompt.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Em, and I'm here speaking as a concerned community member of the state of California and resident of Los Angeles County. I have a few questions to ask regarding transparency and accountability with the California Medical Board. When the public looks up and locates as licensed provider on your website, at the bottom of the page, there are 12 different options of public record actions to report, like felony convictions and malpractice settlements. If a California licensed medical provider has 14 public civil cases that include deceased babies, disabled babies, medical negligence, botched surgeries, and 4 cases that are sealed shut from the public, whatever that means, when do those get added to this list of public actions to report? Because reading deeper into your quote, criteria for posting on these 12 public record actions, it takes the public into a circle loop of absolutely nothing. For example, under medical malpractice judgment, it reads that, quote, the medical board is prohibited by law from releasing a copy of the judgment report or any other information concerning the judgment. For more information, contact the court of jurisdiction listed below. That tells the public that if they want to learn if their provider has been found guilty of malpractice, that they have to go to a courthouse to locate that information. Why would the medical board in California want to gatekeep this information? Considering the Medical Practice Act, which is what this board quotes as reason to not report it, tells us examples of unprofessional conduct includes abusing patients. The California Medical Board also gatekeeps how many complaints have been filed, claiming under California law that complaints made to the Medical Board of California are confidential, including investigations conducted by the board, misdemeanor convictions after January of 2007, and some medical malpractice information like pending or dismissed cases, and lets the public know the information may be available at the local county courthouse, bringing us back to find the information on the licensed provider at a courthouse. When a California medical provider has 18 civil cases, how many other complaints have been filed in other places in the world, do you think? Are all of those complaints investigated as well? The complaints to the hospitals, to the private practices, to the public forums like DocZoc or Yelp or Google. Does the medical board consider all of these complaints, Or do they solely focus on what comes officially through the California Medical Board? And if so, why? The California Medical Board holds sole responsibility for their licensed professionals. Why would the California Medical Board knowingly allow an abusive provider continued access to the public while claiming to protect the public? It appears you're protecting your licensed providers. What are the board's plans to do better and be transparent in the future so abusive providers don't have free range to harm the unknowing public? And what are your plans to investigate all of the other current licensed
Please
providers
conclude.
that have multiple complaints? What are you doing to protect us? Thank you for your time. I'm new to this, but I expect to see this on the agenda soon.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Pat. Pat, you should be receiving that prompt.
Can you hear me all right?
We can, Pat. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. My name is Pat Irving, and as many of you know, I am an RN and a chronic pain patient advocate. I know that the board is actively working on supporting chronic pain patients, but I'm here to tell you that it is falling short. I will briefly present a closed case of a very dear friend of mine who, like myself, was forced tapered by her healthcare plan and left in agony with untreated pain. For both of us, we were lied to when given the reason for our forced taper, and it was not for our safety. I specifically would like to raise awareness of what happened to her complaint when it was taken through the investigatory process. Despite her lengthy interview and all her medical records, her case was closed because the board was unable to meet the burden of proof. I have read her closure letter and I have studied in detail the Business and Profession Code, Section 2234. I understand the high bar that must be reached to show unprofessional conduct, including that unless it's gross negligence or not one, but at least two simple departures, administrative action cannot be pursued. I am not a physician, but it doesn't take a rocket science to see where this case went wrong. Here are some possible simple departures. The patient was lied to. The physician did not review the risk-benefit of tapering with the patient. The patient did not give consent to be force tapered. Omission. There was no treatment given for the return of her extreme agonizing pain. The patient was misdiagnosed, alleged to have OUD, which she does not have, so she could be forced on Suboxone. Even if the reviewer missed these obvious simple departures, I would recommend that the board start following the Medical Practice Act that says whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. I would like to leave the board with some questions. Your investigative unit was presented with a case that was in stark contrast to opioid prescribing guidelines. It also violated the California Intractable Pain Act. Is the board doing all it can to protect patients like my friend? Who, if not the medical board, will speak for patients like my friend who is suffering at no fault of their own? Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Last request we have currently in queue is Tracy Dominguez. If anyone else would like to make a public comment on agenda item 2, please raise your hand now.
Hello. Hi, I am Tracy Dominguez. I am from Bakersfield and I'm a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. We are still waiting on the maternal mortality report from August 2023. It is a vital part to Bakersfield. We feel that we have waited patiently on this report, and can we please have it on the agenda at the next meeting? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy. At this time, I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Thanks, Sean. I'll just check one more time in the room. All right, seeing no further public comments in the room or on WebEx, we will move on to agenda item 3, approval of the minutes from the last board meeting. Just a reminder for board members and for the public that the minutes are a summary and record of the votes, but the full recorded meeting is posted on the board's website. Members, does anyone have any corrections to the May 15th, 16th, 2025 board meeting minutes? May I have a motion to approve those minutes as submitted?
So move.
Thank you. I think that was Dr. Thorpe. Can I have a second, please? Thanks, Dr. Sy. We'll go to public comment. Are there any comments from the public present in the hearing room about the May 15th, 16th, 2025 board meeting minutes? All right, seeing none. Sean, if you could just check the WebEx for public comments.
If anyone would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand or type something in that Slido window. First up here, we have Ann O. Ann, you should be receiving that prompt. And I'm going to send the request one more time.
I'm sorry, yes. I was having trouble finding the hand raising button when the general comments were being made. May I still make a general comment?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Thank you. Hello, I'm a relative of a survivor of a predatory OBGYN that has had complaints made about him for at least 3 decades. He has had 18 malpractice suits against him and over a dozen negative reviews on Yelp, which also indicated sexual assault. We are aware of complaints made to the medical board, yet it seems no appropriate disciplinary actions were taken against the doctor, and the public was not warned against him in any way. I would like to know what your process is for handling complaints of sexual assault and malpractice. The public has depended on the Medical Board of California for over 150 years to keep them safe from doctors who are incompetent, predatory, or both. The public in general assumes that the medical board takes complaints from patients and takes them seriously. We assume that the medical board then investigates the complaints and takes appropriate actions to discipline or revoke license of said doctors if necessary. It doesn't seem that any of these types of actions are taking enough or in a timely manner. Therefore, the board is continually responsible for harm and even death of countless patients over the 150 years it has been in operation. This board continually misleads the public that it is protecting the public, but it truly protects mostly the incompetent and even malicious practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are no additional requests in queue.
Thanks, Sean. Seeing no other public comments on WebEx or in the room here, we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any comments regarding the minutes? All right, seeing none. Ms. Struther, if you could please perform a roll call vote.
Dr. Ayala Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Arkatov,
Yes.
Ms. Chung,
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Ms. Rimke,
Abstain.
Dr. Solis,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Sy,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Abstain.
Dr. Yip,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes. The May 15th through 16th, 2025 board meeting minutes are approved. We'll move on to agenda item 4, the president's report. I first want to note that Dr. Balat and Dr. Helzer's appointments to the board have expired, and I want to express deep gratitude for their service to the board and to the people of California. Dr. Balat and Dr. Helzer, we appreciate your service very much. I also want to report that the governor has appointed 3 new board members, Jacob Arkatov, Dr. Trinidad Solis, and Dr. Gerald Tolbert. Mr. Arkatov and Dr. Solis are here with us today, and I'd like to invite them to briefly introduce themselves. We'll start with Mr. Arkatov.
Thank you, Christina. It's great to be here. I'm honored to serve on the medical board, and I want to thank everybody in the crowd today for coming out and expressing your opinion and helping inform how we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Solis?
Hello, I'm also honored to be here and am grateful for this opportunity to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are glad to have you both join us on the medical board for this tremendously important work. Again, moving right along next, please mark your calendars for the 2026 meeting dates. those meeting dates, and I think they've perhaps been provided, or we'll email them separately to make sure everyone has them. But for the benefit of the board and for the public, the 2026 meeting dates are February 25th through 27th, May 20th through 22nd, August 19th through 21st, and November 18th through the 20th. These dates do include a hold on the Wednesdays before the full board meetings in case they're needed for panel meetings. The meeting locations will be announced at a later date, but we will continue our practice of traveling around the state to make sure we can reach as many Californians as possible. At this meeting, I don't have any contacts with interested parties to report, but are there any members who have communications with interested parties to report? As a reminder, we do ask the members to report on communications with interested parties that are relevant to any matter that is on today's agenda. Dr. Mahmood?
I have been contacted, Mr. President, with many people. I got calls, and most of the calls from physicians, and they are concerned. I'm just going to give a little bit more detail. Maybe we can discuss later on, but many people are concerned because of these ICE raids in health centers, in offices, and in hospitals, where physicians are trying to protect their patients and their staff. And they are concerned that some cases there might be felony charges, and those charges will be considered against them in the board for discipline, or what we can do and what board can do. So I had so many calls that I was compelled to bring this openly, not as a political thing, as a real feature where some healthcare providers, physicians are trying to protect their patients and their staff is in harm's way providing the care. And this is going to be really a compelling issue in coming days. That's why I wanted to bring it over here in detail. And I think we can discuss in more detail at some point.
Great.
But it's really very important thing. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Mahmood. Any other communications with interested parties? Dr. Thorpe?
I met with the executive committee of the California Society of Addiction Medicine last week, talking about the our physician health program, 408.
Great, thank you, Dr. Thorpe. Any other communications with interested parties to report? Do any board members separately have questions or comments on the president's report? Okay, we'll open it up for public comment. Are there any comments from those in the room? Seeing none, Sean, if you could open up the WebEx.
If you'd like to make a public comment on agenda item 4, please raise your hand or type anything into that Slido window. First up here, we have Eric Andrist.
It's ironic that the new board member doctor from San Diego isn't there. I guess he couldn't afford the parking at that expensive hotel you chose again. Also, apparently Dr. Bolat was not asked to return, even though she could have been, and she wanted to. I guess she got too close to pushing for patient safety and was booted out. Interesting that Christina has no reports of communications with interested parties. She's clearly not interested in meetings with us and has put the kibosh on all the interested parties meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. At this time, there are additional requests in queue.
Thanks, Sean. I'll just double check in the room, but seeing no comments, we will move on to agenda item 5, which is updates from external stakeholders. Just a note, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Mr. Watkins?
I just had a comment about what Dr. Mahmood was talking about. And it didn't strike me until it struck me that if there's ICE raids and the doctors are trying to protect patients, that's concerning. I just wanted to understand that that's what's happening, because it sounds so unbelievable. And it took me a minute to understand, is that really happening? So I'm just clarifying.
I don't want to put too much time. There was a raid in Ontario 2 days ago, and they actually manhandled physicians and nurses and people working there. couple of them were arrested, and I think there are charges filed against one doctor. I cannot name the doctor. And there could be that charge could be particularly felony charge. And we know any felony charge comes to board against healthcare provider. So it's a very serious situation. And I think it's a different issue than patient care and thing. So board has to come up with some strategy. So this is a really concern.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to agenda item 5, updates from external stakeholders. We will be taking questions and comments after we hear from both DCA and HQIU. So first, I'd like to introduce Judy Bucciarelli, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly, from the Department of Consumer Affairs.
You did, thank you.
Great.
Well, good afternoon, board members. My name, again, is Judy Bucciarelli of the California Department of Consumer Affairs, Board and Bureau Relations. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present the DCA update today. Before I begin, I'd like to welcome members Arkatov, Solis, and Tolbert to the Medical Board of California. Welcome. Okay, to begin my report, I'll start with an update on the governor's reorganization plan. In January, Governor Newsom released his proposed 2025-26 state budget, which included a proposal to split DCA's oversight agency, the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency, into 2 state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. After public hearings and review by the Little Hoover Commission and the legislature, I am pleased to share that the governor's reorganization plan was enacted on July 5th of this year. Again, the new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing, and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs would be among 8 departments in this new agency. The 2 new agencies will officially become operative on July 1st, 2026. DCA is participating in multiple agency work groups on logistics required to transition to the new agency and will continue to keep board and bureau leadership apprised throughout the year ahead. Next, I have an update on hybrid telework transition, return to work. On March 3rd, 2025, Governor Newsom issued an executive order requiring all state agencies and departments to update their hybrid telework policies for employees and increase from 2 to 4 days in the office per week beginning on July 1st, 2025. At the end of June, agreements with several labor unions representing employees within the Department of Consumer Affairs were released, delaying the 4-day in-office requirement by 1 year for most employees. We appreciate staff's flexibility as the situation evolved. Next, I have a travel update. On June 9th, the Department of Finance issued guidance for out-of-state travel in the upcoming fiscal year. Travel outside of California will be limited to essential travel that is required to conduct state business, meaning requests should only be made for mission-critical needs. DCA distributed a memo to all boards and bureaus on June 16th, detailing the criteria for mission-critical travel, including but not limited to enforcement actions, revenue collection, statutory requirements, auditing, and litigation. Additionally, all requests must be provided to DCA's budget office 8 weeks in advance to allow for review by DCA, agency, and the governor's office. If there are any questions, please contact your assigned budget analyst at DCA. We would also like to remind board members and staff of our collective responsibility to always work to minimize the costs to the state through responsible travel planning and scheduling. To best serve the public, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are being fiscally prudent in our decisions, especially when traveling for board business. DCA is reminding members and staff to evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus ride-sharing services. Carpooling is also highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know that there may be new travel costs board members are experiencing as well, such as baggage charges. So please keep receipts to ensure that you can be reimbursed. If you have any questions related to travel, please reach out to Board and Bureau Relations at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov so we may assist you. And my final update is regarding DCA's annual report. The annual report is one of DCA's biggest projects. Staff work on this report throughout the year, gathering information and statistical data in order to compile a comprehensive report about the department's actions to submit to the legislature. On behalf of the director, thank you to board staff for your efforts and contributions. The annual report will be published to the DCA website this summer, and it will be a wealth of information and memorializes all the great work done by so many throughout the department. DCA encourages board members to take time to review it and use it as a resource. In closing, thank you for the opportunity to join your meeting today. This concludes my report, and at this time, I will turn the floor back to President Lawson, and I am happy to answer any questions from the members.
Thank you, Ms. Bucciarelli, for your presentation. Now we'll hear from Ms. Nichols and Ms. Whitley from the Health Quality Investigation Unit. Welcome.
Afternoon. I am Chief Kathleen Nichols with the Division of Investigation. Also with me is Stephanie Whitley, Deputy Chief for the Division of Investigations, Health Quality Investigation Unit. It is our pleasure to provide the board an update on the Health Quality Investigation Unit, also known as HQIU. HQIU currently has 11 investigator vacancies, equaling a 13% vacancy rate. There are 9 candidates in background for those 11 vacancies, one of which is in the final psychological and medical portion of the process. Some other important progress on our vacancies. All supervisor and manager positions are filled statewide with 0 vacancies. That has led to a huge foundation in properly monitoring the work. With our final clearance last week in San Diego, the southern area has every single investigator position filled with no vacancies. I don't even know the last time that I could say that, which is a huge victory for us. Our remaining vacancies are in LA Metro and Northern California, and we are focused on finding candidates for the remaining few positions that do not have candidates identified. Our investigator retention has been very good, and we have been able to maintain staff as we fill those remaining positions. Today is my last board meeting, as I will be retiring in the next couple months. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the 30+ years I have spent working for the Medical Board and the Division of Investigation. Staying in one place for 30 years is rare nowadays, but I attribute it to the importance of our mission to protect consumers and how each person really can make a difference in this goal. I remember one of my first cases as an investigator involving allegations of a physician making false statements in a medical record in a negligence case, and what a challenge it was to prove that that had occurred. After the case was investigated, proven, filed, and discipline was achieved, I received a letter from the patient where she expressed so much gratitude and appreciation that someone was there to listen, to fight for those who have been wronged by the profession, and provide support through the process. That has really stayed with me my entire career, and I've always tried to go above and beyond to be there for those who have unfortunately become part of our enforcement process. As I was explaining to our new investigators a couple weeks ago in our mini academy, if we make it our mission to treat every case as if someone in our own family submitted the complaint, and treat those under investigation as we would want to be treated if we were being investigated, we will achieve great professionalism and outcomes that will protect others. I would like to thank the board, all the board staff I worked with over so many years, the patient advocates that are so important to this process, and all Division of Investigation staff that have been part of my journey and made such a great impact on me and the safety of California consumers. That concludes our update, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
I just want to make a comment because I don't get this opportunity very often to brag about our chief, but I can say on behalf of all division staff that we are so grateful to have the leadership of Kathleen Nichols for the time we had, and the impact she has left on us is great. And I think Kathleen is really kind of the special unicorn as a chief. Kathleen has worked every level of our division, including an investigator assistant to an investigator, to a supervising investigator, to a commander, to a deputy chief, to a chief. There's nothing getting by Kathleen. And the quality that Kathleen expects from our staff is high, just as what she said. And you investigate a matter just as you would if it was your family member. And so she calls for it, and our staff have reached that, and we continue to grow. So I just want to congratulate Kathleen in a public setting, because I won't get this opportunity again, that we thank you. We appreciate everything you have done for us, and we're so excited for your next journey in retirement land. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nichols, congratulations on your upcoming retirement, and thank you for your service, not only to the Medical Board of California, but to the people of California. Thank you. Any comments or questions from board members for any of the presenters? Dr. Thorpe?
I would just like to add my my thanks to Kathleen and to the entire staff for the investigative service that you guys have done. And Kathleen, you always have brought, integrity and professionalism to us as members of the board. And even though I haven't been here anywhere close to the time you've been here, but I have been able to observe that. And so I would just add my thanks and my congratulations.
Other comments, Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, I think I have to drop in my 2 cents too in thanking Ms. Nichols for, the level of integrity, and also for me personally, a level of education around enforcement for me, and understanding the system and what they face on a daily basis and the challenges that they face. And I think she's got a good team that will take over from her. And I'm just wishing you all the best in your next part of your adventure.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
obviously, we all admire you and really appreciate your service. But I have one ask for you. In last few years, you have had success in retaining the investigators. I want you to pass that skill and knowledge to coming people, because that is the biggest challenge we have had on the medical board. And retaining those people are not only because it's gonna difficult to hire new people, because the effort and input we put in them, that's very useful to protect Californians. So please, in last month or so, if you concentrate on that and pass this skill to your next predecessor, that'd be great. And thank you again. Thank you so much.
Dr. Yip?
Whenever I do open remark for the expert training, I always emphasize that you and your unit is one of the major pillar of the whole process. And thank you, your leadership and the whole team. We're looking forward to your good work, your spirit passed on to the next chief and next team of investigators. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Additional comments from board members? Are there any comments from the public present in the hearing room? Please come forward.
I get it. I said, congratulations on your retirement. I will be brief, not to rain on anyone's parade here. Your investigations program has failed. It just so happens I know a lot about failure. As an adult with ADHD, anytime you did not call somebody who filed a complaint and you go ahead and contact the persons they complain about and get the rebuttal without talking to them or not talking to them at all, ever. That is a failed investigation. Period. Full stop. Failure. That's what failure looks like. We don't know the numbers. And it's absolutely shameful that these people keep calling about that Bakersfield maternal health. That sounds like damn important data. If you don't have it, tell the people you don't bleeping have it. Don't keep making them come up and beg. That is important data. And we'll have to figure out a way to get it another way if they can't get it. But the investigation program, as far as I'm concerned, has failed. They never called me. That is what failure looks like. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there additional commenters in the room? Please come forward.
Hello, is this on? Okay, sounds like it. Hello, this is Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. I would like to personally thank Kathleen Nichols for just being there for advocates when we had questions and for being friendly and open to answering our questions for how the system works, what we can do, and ways how we can be helpful in a non-threatening way. I hope your replacement does as thorough a job as you have and will always be willing to work with the public. So thank you so much. And I appreciate all you have done, and I hope you have a wonderful retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional commenters in the room? Seeing none, Sean, can you please check online?
Yes, if you'd like to make a public comment on agenda item 5, please do so by raising your hand or typing something in that Slido box. I see Evelyn Drinker raising and lowering her hand. I just want to call on her to make sure if she's interested in making a public comment here. Okay, Evelyn, if you're having any problems, you can raise your hand again, I guess. First up here, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Should be receiving that prompt. Good afternoon, Michelle. Looks like your line's open.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. We would like to extend our sincere congratulations to Kathleen Nichols on her upcoming retirement. While we celebrate the new chapter in your life, it's undeniably a bittersweet moment for the public. Kathleen, your courage in advocating for consumer protection has made a significant impact, and your willingness to support our advocates with their questions and concerns for the board has not gone unnoticed. We are deeply grateful for your dedication and the invaluable contributions you've made. Thank you for everything. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your public comment. Next here we have Eric Andrist. Eric should be receiving that prompt.
I hope I can get through this. I am very sad to hear that Kathleen Nichols is leaving. She is one of only 2 people at the medical board that I trust implicitly and have always put the victims first and fought to try and improve a truly broken system. I have seen her department thrive during her tenure, and the amount of quality information she provides to the board and the public has always been top-notch. I hope that her replacement has paid attention and shares Kathleen's personal requirement to strive for patient safety. I hope that in her retirement, she will continue to help make California safe from dangerous doctors. While I hope her staff continues in her honor, I hope this board, all of you board members up there, have learned from her. And if you're new, I hope you go back and listen to how she has helped patient safety advocates through her entire tenure. I hope you all have learned from her and you will take it to your hearts to try to be more like her instead of like mean girl Christina Lawson, who is only out for her career. Kathleen Nichols is out for patient safety. She wants to protect us all from dangerous doctors. Christina Lawson just wants to move on in politics. So Kathleen, you're the best. Thank you for everything.
Thank you for your public comment. I'm going to try one more request here to Evelyn Drinker. Evelyn, I saw you toggle that hand again. Okay, I'm not seeing Evelyn come off of mute, so I don't see any additional requests in queue.
Thanks, Sean. We'll bring it back to the room. Any last minute comments? Any last comments from board members? All right, we are going to move on to agenda item 6, a presentation on the University of California, San Diego Physician Assessment and Clinical Education Program, otherwise known as the PACE program, that we all hear frequently about during our disciplinary cases. And I am very pleased to introduce our speaker, Peter Bull. As a brief introduction, Peter Bull is the Director of Administration of the UC San Diego PACE program. Mr. Bull is also the current president of the Coalition for Physician Enhancement, or CPE, a consortium of professionals with expertise in quality assurance, medical education, and the assessment, licensing, and accreditation of referred physicians seeking higher levels of performance in patient care. You may find additional details about Mr. Bull's background in the materials. Mr. Bull, welcome. We very much appreciate you joining us today to discuss the PACE program. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. So thank you very much to the medical board and its executive staff. I'm going to go ahead and jump right in and have a couple of specific items that I wanted to discuss during this presentation. First, we're going to look a little bit how PACE assesses clinical competence and how it uses the ACGME ABMS 6 core competencies in doing that. We're going to look at some of the kind of recommendations that come out of our clinical competence assessments. I'm also going to spend a little time differentiating competence versus fitness for duty. And I'm also going to talk about how and when we might reassess a doctor's clinical competence or fitness for duty. And then finally, I'm going to touch briefly just on some of PACE's other services. So let's see. Okay, did that work? Okay, perfect. Okay, so who are we? PACE is a diverse team with deep expertise in professional standards and assessment and education, and we focus exclusively on healthcare. We've been partnering with healthcare organizations to limit risk and enhance safety and quality for over 28 years. And just as an aside, I started working with the PACE program as an undergraduate student at UCSD in 1998, 2 years before the program began. So it was just in its infancy when I started. This is okay. So looking a little bit more at the PACE program, we are a group of experienced assessors and educators. We make a specific point of being friendly and engaging to both at the staff and faculty level. We want our participants coming through the program to be as comfortable as they can. We know it's a very stressful, challenging time for them, so we want to see them at their best. And I make this a point of emphasis for all of our staff and faculty. UC San Diego is, of course, a top-tier academic medical center. PACE is administratively housed within the Department of Family Medicine and has been since its inception. Over the years, we've assessed over 2,000 physicians and provided remedial education to more than 7,000. And we've also provided ongoing clinical monitoring to over 300 physicians. In terms of the range of places that we've worked with, we've provided services to physicians in all 50 states, Canada, U.S. Virgin Islands, and American Samoa. So this is our mission statement. We are dedicated to the detection, evaluation, and remediation of deficiencies in the clinical performance of physicians and other healthcare professionals. In collaboration with physicians, state medical boards, hospitals, and others, we work to promote public protection, patient safety, and the attainment of highest possible quality of clinical care. Sorry, this clicker's giving me some fits here. Okay. All right, here we go. Finally. Okay, so first we're going to talk here about the clinical competence assessment. So the purpose of a clinical competence assessment is to determine if a physician is competent to safe to continue practicing or perhaps to return to practice after a period of prolonged absence. And it's also intended to identify areas in further need of remediation or oversight. As I mentioned previously, we've done more than 2,000 of these over the years. Currently, most assessments have a hybrid format. Some elements will be done remotely, and then the rest will be completed in San Diego, usually over 1 to 2 days, but it sometimes can stretch out a little longer depending on the assessment itself. So why would you refer someone to a competency assessment? Well, one of the top issues is performance concerns, high rates of poor outcomes compared to peers, chronic documentation problems, complaints from patients and staff, or a history perhaps of minor issues that were not resolved with typical interventions. And then anytime a physician is trying to re-enter the practice of medicine after an extended absence, usually anytime it's over 24 months. And as I mentioned on my earlier slide, we do look at all of our assessments along the continuum of the 6 core competencies that were created by the ACGME and ABMS. These are patient care and procedural skills, medical knowledge, practice-based learning and improvement, interpersonal and communication skills, professionalism, and systems-based practice. So we take pride in what we do, and we also understand how important the work that we do and the stakes of it. And so we've thought about what are the qualities that make a physician competence assessment. Well, first and foremost, it has to be a fair, independent, and unbiased program. Though we've worked alongside the Medical Board of California for many years and other state boards, we are entirely independent. We use large samples of data when we're doing assessments because no one format can assess all aspects of competence, so a variety of formats is needed. We want to focus on outcomes, and we also believe that a good assessment would include a judicious blend of structure and objectivity and subjective methods. And so talking about gathering many points of data, we like to compare the assessment to a pointillist painting. This is from Surratt Sunday Afternoon. And so we think about each piece of data from an assessment just being a little point on the painting. And if you're standing right in front of the painting, you might just see a bunch of dots. But when you back up, you see a full picture of the assessment. And that's what we're trying to understand. We want to look at the full picture of what's going on with this physician to try to understand what their deficits might be and how to perhaps remediate those. Additional qualities for a competency assessment: using many qualified judges, using a multidisciplinary case conference with multiple specialties involved in deciding how the physician performed and what their final grades would be. And then also a program that's willing to defend its findings. So PACE has, since its inception, gone to court many times to defend its own findings. We always have and we always will. And so we try to measure both competence and performance. Performance is harder to do, and I'll get into that a little bit later. But we do, like I said, measure the ABMS, ACGME core competencies, and we're constantly looking for ways to improve, seeking feedback from participating physicians or faculty or staff, those from the medical board and others that we work with. Now I want to spend a little time just looking at some definitions so that we can all be on the same page. But when we're talking about competence, I'm talking about the physician possessing the requisite abilities and qualities to perform effectively in their scope of practice while adhering to professional ethical standards. That's from the FSMB. Betsy Williams had described performance as the actions during clinical practice. So it's what the actual physician does. Now, the PACE assessments are usually happening in San Diego, not in someone's office. So it is harder for us to measure performance, but I'll talk about the ways in which we touch on it. I know this is a busy slide, but I was asked to talk about how the PACE assessment is measuring its tools against ACGME core competencies. And so on the left-hand column, we've listed out some of our most common assessment components, and then the subsequent columns to the right are the 6 core competencies. And you'll see that every one of those is filled in. Some have more than others. It can be more of a challenge looking at systems-based practice and practice-based learning when you're not doing worksite assessments, but we still nonetheless are able to touch on all of these. And I also wanted to take a minute to discuss Miller's Pyramid, which is a framework for assessing clinical competence. And what this shows, and it's designed for measuring initially, I think, residents, but it's been also used by assessment programs like PACE and others. And at the bottom of the pyramid is knowledge, so kind of what you know. And usually you would test for that type of knowledge with traditional true false or multiple choice question exams. But then as you go higher into the pyramid, you're getting a better sense of what the physician really is able to do and perform. And so the next level up is knows how. So This would be something like we can measure in an oral clinical exam presenting hypothetical case scenarios and seeing how the physician would manage it. And then going up a level, you can look at asking them to demonstrate these skills. And we can do that with simulated patient examinations. And we also can do that through other types of simulations where we actually get to watch them perform a surgery on a cadaver, for instance. And then like I said, this one is tricky for us since we're not doing workplace assessments. But the closest I think we can get to it is for physicians in practice, we're going to also look at their charts as part of our assessment. And we do something called a chart stimulated recall, where we usually will ask for about 20 sets of charts. A faculty will review those ahead of time and then have a structured interview after the fact. So we get to talk to them about how and why they did the things they did. The reason that it doesn't quite meet the level of does is watching someone in practice is because we don't know what's been documented is actually a reflection of what happened. It's just what's in the chart. So but that's the limitation that PACE and all other kind of competency assessments are dealing with when you're not doing a workplace assessment. So this is just to show you kind of how our process works. We start with an information gathering stage where we take in information from the referring organization. So for medical board cases, we'd be reviewing the decision, the accusations, and then on the physician side, there's self-report forms that give us a sense of what the scope of their practice looks like. We look at their CV, we get their charts, like I mentioned earlier, and then we gather all this information and we meet once a week on our multidisciplinary case conference to review those materials and then come up with an assessment plan. So that's the first step, create the plan. And then from there, the physician will be scheduled, attend the assessment. We'll get back all of those results. That same committee will meet again to determine how the physician performed and what types of recommendations may be required. Again, sorry for another busy slide, but I think it would be helpful to kind of break this down for you guys. So, when we issue a final report, it will have a categorization of the performance of the physician 1 through 4. Category 1, consistent with safe practice, no significant deficits. Usually there are no recommendations in that category. A category 2, very much similar to category 1 in that we don't have any significant patient safety concerns, but we may have found a couple of isolated deficits. So an example of that might be they had poor medical record keeping. So we might recommend that they take a documentation course, or they may be required to do some self-study or professional coaching. But usually these are groups, just to make clear, we do not have significant concern about safety to practice. Then moving on to category 3, typically for these physicians, significant deficiencies will have been noted, and they're often broad-based and covering multiple domains. And so we find that these are doctors who are capable of practicing safely, but not reaching their full potential. And also there's a concern that they could backslide and then become unsafe. So this is a group that we're typically most concerned about because they will be continuing to practice and we know of the deficits. So for this group, there will usually be significant recommendations, often including rigorous updating of knowledge through something like a board update course. There may be clinical skills practicums recommended. And there may also be recommendations for some level of additional supervision or oversight. So that could take in the form of proctoring, whether it be direct proctoring or retrospective proctoring, or even prospective proctoring in cases where you might have a surgeon where you were concerned they were being overly aggressive with their case selection and you wanted someone else to review that with them to make sure that those were appropriate to go to surgery. And then finally, there may be recommendations for practice restrictions. So that could take the form of reducing the scope of practice, reduce patient load, et cetera. And then finally, we have category 4, and this is the failure group. So these are physicians that we found not safe at the time that we evaluated them. And some physicians that fail will ultimately be reassessed or may be reassessed and may eventually be able to pass the assessment. The truth is that whether or not a reassessment will take place really depends on the reason for their failure and the degree to which they failed. But for those that we saw as being close to perhaps that line of safety, close to a category 3, we can outline a lot of the same type of recommendations, but it's usually going to involve significant time in self-study, and perhaps shadowing with some other physicians to try to brush up on their skills. But there are also times that doctors will fail where we don't think it's appropriate for reassessment. And oftentimes that happens because there's some health concerns that would impair their ability to learn and encode new information. And it just doesn't look like there's a real viable pathway for returning successfully. Sorry. Oh, I got it to work. Okay. So I just thought I would share with you, this is some historical data to look at how physicians have performed over the years. I know I said that we've done over 2,000 assessments, but in the early days, we didn't have a database, and we also didn't have the same categorization system. So not all of those assessments are represented here, but 1,509, I think, gives you a pretty good sense of how doctors are performing. And what you can see right off the top is if you look at category 1 and 2, you have about 60 to 65% of doctors who are passing or maybe just have a couple of minor recommendations. And then you have about 20%, or maybe, sorry, close to 22% who are falling into this category 3, and then around 10% who fall into category 4. So really it's about, close to 2/3 of physicians who are pretty safe, we don't have any real concerns with, and then we have 30% who we have some significant concerns about or find unsafe. So I was asked to talk a little bit about this reassessment. I think I addressed that just a minute ago, but so as I mentioned, if a physician was close to passing but was ultimately found unsafe, then we would kind of outline a pathway for them through study and other types of retraining to bring them back up to a place where they could be reassessed and hopefully pass the assessment. But there are certain conditions where physicians have health problems, or perhaps they had a medical knowledge base that was so deficient that essentially they would need to they would need to retrain through residency or fellowship, that kind of level of training. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit to fitness for duty evaluation. And I think it'll be helpful just for a second to distinguish the two. But basically, competency and fitness are both trying to answer the same question. Is this physician safe to practice? But they're looking at it through a different lens. Competency is looking through the knowledge, skills, and abilities, and fitness for duty is looking at it through a health lens. So, the kind of factors affecting physicians for competency, knowledge, skills, and attitude, whereas in fitness, we're looking at illnesses and injuries that could potentially cause someone to be impaired. And the purpose of the fitness for duty is to determine if the presence of illness, and that could be physical, cognitive, psychiatric, or substance abuse, interferes with that physician's ability to safely perform their duties. Most of the fitness for duty program is going to happen on site because we're physically examining them, and that'll take usually about 2 to 3 days. Okay, so here's why would you refer a doctor to a fitness for duty? Well, here are a couple of kind of common scenarios. You notice a sudden change in behavior. The doctor is suddenly acting erratically. That's a concern. They all of a sudden are not showing up to work or on time. They're not returning pages and calls. Another reason might be the physician needs or an organization needs an independent verification of their ability to return to work after suffering a severe illness or injury like a stroke or motor vehicle accident. Commonly, we also see referrals due to age-related changes. So there's concerns about a physician's forgetfulness or confusion. And then also, lastly, they might have had a recent diagnosis of a health problem that has known cognitive or neurologic implications. In fact, our very first fitness for duty assessment was done on a physician with Parkinson's, and it led to a serial assessment of their abilities. And it was really neat because when he came in, and he had self-disclosed to his hospital, and they reached out to us, and we agreed to perform this. And what we were able to do with him, and this person was in critical care, and we were able to set up some simulation using a high-fidelity mannequin simulator, where we could do difficult airway assessments as well as central line placements. And there are special concerns, obviously, for procedures for this individual. And so he did fine the first year, he did fine the second year, fine the third year, and then the fourth year was when his performance dropped off. But what was really interesting about the process is that you might have expected, because when watching him perform these central line placements and the difficult airway, he was not holding the devices in the way someone typically would. He was struggling, yet despite that, he was doing so in a way that was more efficient than the fellows for which he was being compared to. So UCSD actually had, that data. They use these simulations to train their residents and fellows, and he was knocking it out of the park, even with the concern. So it's really interesting what you can do, and I think that's one of the benefits of what PACE can do with its Fitness for Duty program, because we could take the stuff that we're doing with assessment, and instead of just relying on occupational medicine to tell us what their range of motion is or how likely their tremor is to affect their ability to practice, we can actually try to see how it affects specific job duties that they have to perform. So some common elements of a fitness for duty evaluation: neuropsychological evaluations, psychiatric evaluations, neurologic evaluations, occupational medicine, other specialty medical evaluations, you name it, we've probably done it, and then simulated procedural and skills evaluation. So like I was saying, as much as possible, if we have someone who's a proceduralist, we're going to try to find a way to meaningfully evaluate their ability to perform some of the duties of their job. And so this is another busy slide. Apologies again, but basically Fitness for Duty has 3 grades instead of 4. It's either fit for duty, fit with accommodations, or unfit for duty. So fit for duty, obviously we didn't find the presence of an illness that's likely to impair their ability to practice. There may or may not be recommendations. If they were there, like the person who came for Parkinson's, there'd probably be a recommendation for reassessment at a point in time, like a year later. For fit with accommodations, this is someone that's able, that in our mind, they have a presence of illness that has the ability to affect some, but not all of his or her job duties. And so for these individuals, we'll try to provide recommendations for some reasonable means of accommodation. And again, reevaluation will be kind of recommended depending on the prognosis of their present illnesses. And then lastly, we have the unfit for duty. And these are those individuals we found impairment that we believe will make it unlikely that any level of accommodations would allow them to safely practice. And so recommendations for this group, it varies because again, depending on where they are in their health journey, sometimes we get doctors who may have tried to come get an assessment, 6 months after or 3 months after a significant stroke, and their body is still recovering from that. And so we may recommend at a period of time where they'll have a chance to have improved more significantly, and we'll provide guidance on reassessment there as necessary. I don't need to, I think, go through this again. It's basically the same process that we use in our competency assessment. The only difference is that during the Fitness for Duty program, we request the personal medical records of the individual physician as part of our assessment plan review. So we would have that in addition to the normal background materials that we might have had for competency. Again, so here's just some final grades for the fitness program. About 50% we have found fit for duty, 27.5 unfit, or sorry, fit with accommodations, and then unfit at 21.4. I didn't comment on this earlier, but I don't know if any of you caught it, but with each of these grades, the age keeps going up. And that's not a coincidence. Age has been known predictor for having the chances of causing additional patient safety concerns. So we see that in our fitness program, we see that in our competency assessment program, and as I was introduced, the president for the Physician Coalition for Physician Enhancement, which includes other groups in North America and Canada and the U.S. that are doing assessments, and that is also one of the main risk factors. So again, I think I touched on this for reasons that we might do a reevaluation for someone's fitness. If their treatment, if their care is not optimized, they may be a good candidate to come back after a period of getting treatment. Or likewise, if they're recovering from some illness that's maybe they're still, early days in recovery, we'll recommend they come later. And then if they have some debilitating or degenerative condition like Parkinson's, then we would typically recommend some serial assessments. And then finally, I'm going to brush up on our additional services offered by PACE. This just lists them all. I'm going to go through them individually, so I won't need to read this out. So the first is our Physician Enhancement Program, and this is a longitudinal monitoring and mentoring program. It's approved by the Medical Board of California as an alternative to having a practice monitor. We've also worked in a number of other states to provide physician enhancement program services. The kind of three pillars that we use are standard of care, scope of practice, and clinical safety. The kind of core components of this include monthly chart reviews that we select and ensure that they're giving us the charts that we ask, so they're not cherry picking notes for us. Those get reviewed by a faculty mentor who then will have either a Zoom meeting or a telephone meeting to discuss those results and talk about ways for improvement. We issue quarterly reports to the board discussing how they're performing, whether they're safe to practice. And then we also provide on-site visits to the physician's site. And we also, the reason we don't call them monitors, we call them mentors, because our goal is to hopefully not just ensure that they're meeting minimum standards of practice, minimum standards of safety to practice, but we're trying to improve them. And so I think that's one of the benefits of working with our faculty at UCSD, who are used to being mentors to their medical school trainees as well as residents and fellows. So I'm going to kind of keep moving on here. So the PACE program, since its inception, has been offering remedial education for kind of common problem areas for physicians. And we've always had a belief in making CME that matters. And to achieve that, we use small groups, interactive courses that generate learning and normalizing professional behavior. We're constantly updating our programs to make sure we're bringing current standards into practice. And then finally, and I think important distinction from a general CME program is that the performance is, their attendance is mandatory, and we're going to go to great lengths to ensure that they're participating, they're engaged, and if they're not, they're going to be held accountable for that. So this is our physician prescribing course. Sorry, there's a typo on this state that I mixed up. The purpose of the prescribing course is to improve prescribing behavior by providing education on the legal, biomedical, and clinical aspects of prescribing, especially controlled drugs. And then the topics include overprescribing, dealing with difficult and drug-seeking patients, managing chronic pain, state laws and medical board guidelines, documentation requirements for prescribing, drug interactions. As an aside, I've been here long enough. When I started working, this program was around the time that compassionate use of pain was in place. And so we were at that time saying, we need to be a little more liberal with prescribing opioids. Well, things have changed quite a bit. And so that is no longer the mandate that we're trying to teach anybody. But so moving on, the medical record keeping course. This is a course that is designed to improve charting behavior and documentation. We cover, things like the law on the medical record, billing, coding, and compliance. We help cover technology to improve record keeping. And most recently, we've added talks that are addressing AI and how that's going to be potentially used in medical records, as well as the healthcare systems in general. We cover HIPAA significantly. And then we also have a chart review workshop. So one of the neat things about this program is that we provide individualized feedback to physicians. They'll send us 5 charts, and those get reviewed by a faculty physician for their documentation, as well as by a coding and billing expert to give them feedback on how they're coding their visits. We have a clinician-patient communication course. This is to teach and practice communication skills individually and in teams, helping identify triggers in the workplace that lead to disruptive behavior. The topics include patient involvement in decision-making, use the 4 E's model. I think that's empathize, educate, something and enlist. I'm forgetting it. Sorry about that. I don't teach the course. I should say that. Okay. And then lastly, we also use videotape interactions for examples of ineffective as well as effective techniques, so that they can kind of learn from that and role play a little bit too. Managing high impact emotions. This is by far now our most common program, and probably one of the ones that we receive the least amount of referrals from state medical boards. And that's, I think, makes sense, because this happens to kind of fall in a gray area in medicine when someone is being difficult to work with. And this managing high impact emotions, it used to be called anger management. We changed the name for two reasons. One is it's a little pejorative, but the other reason is that it is disruptive behavior takes many flavors. And so it's not always the angry doctor. It could be someone who's passive aggressive and they're not responding to calls. And so we thought it would be more inclusive to change the name. But essentially, it's a course for doctors that are displaying some type of disruptive behavior. This has been a significant, over the last 5 years, has shot up significantly, with most of those referrals coming in from hospitals who are on the ground working with these physicians and seeing what's happening. And I think a lot of it has to do with a change in the workforce culture, the kind of old guard of physicians coming in and being replaced by younger physicians who aren't willing to tolerate some of the types of behaviors that were displayed in the workplace previously. And that course is now offered 12 times a year. So that, I think, says a lot about how popular it is. We also have a professional boundaries program. This is designed to assist the professional addressing the issues that contribute to their misconduct in the workplace. Some of the topics include boundaries as a universal issue, power and roles, building awareness of blind spots, role of burnout in boundaries events, and empathy with patients. That's a 3-day course. It's offered 5 times a year. And this is our most recent addition of PACE CME courses, the Ethics for Medical Professionals. We've been offering it now, I think, for 2 years. And this was, so this has an in-depth review of guidelines and ethical codes that define the safe and ethical practice of medicine. And throughout each program, each physician that's participating in this, and actually this is true for the boundaries and high impact emotions course I mentioned, we call those our behavioral programs. They have to create something called a maintenance of accountability and professionalism plan. And this is something that they design during the course and get feedback from other participants as well as the course director. But really it's their roadmap to how are they going to take what they've learned from this program and implement that in their practice to avoid making the same kinds of mistakes that they were before. And this course has a required follow-up component at the 6 and 12-month level. So there'll be some additional coaching and discussions with the coach about their progress on meeting their MAP goals. Some of the topics, principles of medical ethics, risk factors and vulnerabilities, basic tenets of patient rights and responsibilities, including informed consent and capacity, and so on. I just thought I'd show you this. This is a little bit another busy kind of slide, but I created this a few years ago for a talk I did for the CPE group, and it was about recidivism. So I just thought it might be interesting to show you guys what it looks like for the doctors who come through these courses. And so in the left-hand column, you can see the name of the course we have, and the right-hand side is the recidivism rate. The record-keeping course has the highest recidivism rate. The course that has the highest board certification is managing high impact emotions. And they tend to be like a really smart group of physicians, and they're, I think respected in their hospitals, or at least they're good earners. And that's why they've been allowed to get away with some of this stuff. But anyway, just thought I would just share this, and I will move on. And so the last thing I'll cover is just a follow on to those behavioral programs. So ethics, managing high impact emotions, and professional boundaries. We do offer something called PACE Plus one-to-one coaching. And this is really designed for physicians who have, there's a couple of factors, but it has to do with their level of responsibility, the impact that their actions have had on the others' environment, and then also the pattern. Is this the first time that they've had some kind of unprofessional behavior, or has this been something that's been ongoing and previous interventions have not kind of resolved? And so for these doctors who are having some additional problems, we offer this ongoing coaching. Well, it's a set time. It's 7 sessions that'll happen over the course of about 3 to 4 months. But the goal really is to try to help the physician achieve their goals. And it starts off with, I'm just going to jump ahead here. trying to be mindful of time. So we start with a discovery session. The coach will meet with the participating physician. They'll agree on the timeline for the coaching, and the coach will select some behavioral assessments. And the goal of this is to kind of figure out how they learn, what makes them tick, get a better understanding of their vulnerabilities, and then incorporate that into the coaching program. And so the next step is to design the assessment, and that's where the coach will integrate the information they gathered from the behavioral assessments, as well as the doctor's own MAP plan. And then from there, they'll go on and do the coaching sessions and goals. It's really focused on accountability. And then at the end, the last session, kind of integrating all the work, what they've accomplished, how they've realized their goals, what maybe goals they still have to achieve, and kind of putting some short and long-term goals additionally for the physicians to work on their own after the fact. And of course, we also provide verification of engagement and kind of a letter indicating to the referring entities what that looked like. And I believe that's it. So here to thank you again for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to present to you. And I don't know if I sit here for questions or go back.
You're welcome to stay there. Thank you, Mr. Bull, very much for the informative presentation. It's very helpful, I know, to me to kind of put some substance behind what we always hear is the PACE program and referral to, one program or another. I'm actually very interested in that, whatever you called it, managing high impact emotions, because I think that isn't something that we typically use, although we see reasons perhaps. So it's something we should think about. Are there any questions or comments from the members? Dr. Sai?
Excellent presentation. We always talk about it, and now we know what's it about. I had a question on your recidivism rate.
The recidivism slide? Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Is that rate calculated on how many people had to retake the course, or what does that mean?
Yeah, so I should have described the methodology was, and it's not perfect because we don't know what we don't know. So it's literally a measure of how many doctors completed those courses of ours more than once. So if they came for our course more than once, then they would be considered a recidivist.
Okay. And the follow-up question is, other than physicians, you said allied health physicians also take these courses. Does that include NPs, PAs?
So, okay, we do assess PAs. We've done competency assessments of PAs as well as DPMs. And we do allow some of those to also participate in our CME courses. But usually once you get below, I think, an NP, we're not likely to have them included. And they'd be more than welcome to take some of the programs, the non-behavioral programs. That's usually one that our director doesn't like to have nurses in, because nurses and physicians is where a lot of the conflict is happening at on the work site. So they're not usually allowed in those programs. Sure.
All right, I'll go to Dr. Yip and then Dr. Mahmood.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Over the years, I actually think about myself being to one of the courses just to see how it is. Question one is of PACE Plus. Is there any role in licensee who has DUI or substance abuse, other than going to psychotherapies and mandated, get on this 1-to-1 plus kind of change your life?
Yeah, great question. I would say it's not a good fit for someone that had those types of circumstances. It's accountability coaching, and what the goal for us is to maximize the likelihood that they're going to be successful implementing their own goals to change the behaviors that got them in trouble. So it's not therapy, and it's probably not going to. It's really designed, and to be eligible. I didn't mention this. I think it was on the slide, but I glossed over it. In order to even enroll in the PACE Plus coaching, you'd have had to take one of those 3 behavioral programs. And those are the programs where they're going to make a MAP plan to begin with, and that gets to become an integral part of the coaching itself.
Thank you. Second question is that regarding the age of the physician. Years ago, there was talk about certain provinces in Canada actually require physicians who are older than 65 or 70 years take the test in the neuropsych. And you mentioned some meeting. They also mentioned U.S. and Canadian physician. What is this trend now?
Yeah. So they have in Quebec. Quebec's been doing that for quite some time. They've been doing assessments of physicians. I think it's once they reach 70. But they're far advanced. I have it listed on my slide. I didn't talk about it because it's a program that it exists but has no participants. We have something that we created called the Late Career Health Screening, and it was designed for hospitals that have created a bylaw that requires physicians, once they've reached a certain age, to undergo an independent health screening. And so, much like, pilots, for instance, have to go through annual health screenings. Doctors do not. So the idea here is that once you've reached a certain age, well, we know that those who, as we age, we're going to be more likely or more at risk, I should say, to having cognitive deficits or other types of problems that could potentially impair someone's ability to practice. So we had this program. Everything was going pretty smoothly. We had contracts with, I think, half a dozen or so hospital systems throughout California. And then the EEOC filed a lawsuit against Yale New Haven because they had created their own in-house program to assess doctors working at Yale. And now it's going through it's been ongoing for about 4 or 5 years. So kind of an age discrimination lawsuit. And right now we're not clear on what the outcome of that's going to be. And regardless of where the next court ruling, it'll probably get kicked up to the Supreme Court at some point. So we don't know.
Wait, actually, that was my last question, is that what do you see like big institutions like Kaiser, Sutter, academic, to me, for public protection, I think there's a role in evaluating physicians as they age.
Yeah.
Including myself.
And our goal when creating it is the impetus is looking at the fact that over the next 10 to 15 years, the largest group of physicians in practice are baby boomers, and that they're all going to be coming into this like older time of their careers and ages, and that we also knew that this was going to coincide with a physician workforce shortage. So the idea here was to create a pathway to allow more physicians to practice safely longer. That was the idea. But of course, the other side of this, people saying, well, that's age discrimination. Why are you only looking at doctors once they've reached a certain age? And that's why it's a totally distinct program from our competency or fitness for duty. It's not a for-cause assessment. If they hadn't had a birthday and worked at a hospital with that language in their bylaws, they wouldn't be coming to us.
Dr. Mahmood?
Thank you so much. We sent so many people over there. My question is there any other institution offering this kind of program in the country? I'm not aware of any. And if there is one, where is that?
Yeah. I'm with, again, the president of the Coalition for Physician Enhancement, and that group has organizational members as well as individual members. So in order to be an organizational member, which PACE is, you have to be doing assessment and remediation work. So I can tell you the other groups that are that are also organizational members includes CPEP in Colorado, K-STAR in Texas, and Lifeguard, and they're in Pennsylvania. And so all of us do similar, but not all of the same services. Like all of us, I think, offer competency. K-STAR has hands down the best reentry program in the nation. They've partnered with the University of Texas, and they get them spots in many residencies, and that's pretty neat. We don't even but Texas created a license that would allow for that. That doesn't actually exist in California at the moment. So we wouldn't be able to even offer that. Whether or not our university would want us to do that if we could, I don't know at this moment, but yeah.
Yeah, you kind of partly answered my second part of question is, if other programs, are they specializing in a certain part? And the question is, if there is somebody has a certain kind of problem, should everybody come here? Because I think 99% of our people go to your program because of proximity close to in California, and other people come over here. Is there any particular other programs who are offering results which are better than you, or there is any being comparison with the other programs that which offers better, maybe prescription program or anger management program or something else?
Well,
somebody else should say that.
I probably am biased to say this, so I don't know if I can fairly answer the question. I think we're the gold standard. That being said, others may disagree, and that's okay. I think having, competition is a good thing. It's an American thing. It's healthy for us all. But I will also say, I work alongside my competitors. I don't call them that. I call them collaborators. We do work together. That's what CPE is about. We're about learning from each other and trying to advance this relative nascent science of physician assessment post-licensure. And so that's really, I think, one of the neat features of CPE. And then especially learning from the Canadians, because I mean, they're doing things that would blow your minds. And part of that is because they have socialized healthcare. But for instance, in Alberta, they're really going upstream. They're looking at prescribing habits. They're looking at outcomes of patients to flag physicians as potentially being at risk before something happens. I said, well, that's neat, but that's never going to happen in the United States. We care too much about our privacy. So it's a different system. But that isn't to say that they've been very valuable to us in providing a lot of information.
Yes, competition makes you better. Thank you.
Dr. Ayala Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question goes in regards to the follow-ups. You mentioned about the importance of the follow-ups or repeating the assessments, specifically in fitness for duty cases. Because you also take referrals from outside of medical boards, also from hospitals, for example. If someone like needs to have a follow-up, needs to have a reassessment, and the reassessment doesn't happen, is that something that gets reported to the board or to someone else?
That's a good question. So before we engage in any assessment, the first thing that we have to determine is who our client is. And so and by the way, the vast majority of referrals for fitness for duty come from hospitals or medical groups. We have done assessments though with PHPs in other states. And so that may be something that happens in the future if the PHP program does get enacted here back in California. But so when we're deciding who's our client, and then we'll have a contractual agreement that binds us to only share that information with us with some important caveats. And this has happened. We had a physician who we found was suffering from dementia, had driven himself there, and we had to report to the DMV. So like things like that can happen, but in terms of reporting to the board, I don't know that it rises to the level. And we do have our attorneys and work with everyone to look at this closely. Obviously, you know, we do value making the sensitivity and confidentiality of our work. That's part of staying fair and you know, objective and impartial. But it's that's a great question. I think we wouldn't necessarily inform the board if someone was unsafe to practice. But what has happened, and I've seen this down the road, because then we do hear from the board later. Let's say we find a physician's unfit to practice. It's now in the hands of the hospital. They're going to say, you can no longer practice. They're going to terminate their privileges. An 805 report is going to get issued, and that's how the board will find out about it. And that would be our preference. So we're not, you know, if we go around and don't let the hospitals do that, then I don't think we would get a lot of business in the future.
Mr. Watkins.
Wow, thank you. I wish I had this a few years ago. So my question is, and this is all just clarifying, there's new board members, and I feel like I just got an education as well and learning things. So my first question is, so the PACE program itself is 1 or 2 days, the assessment?
No, it typically takes more than that. It's just the in-person component is going to happen over a couple days. And there's also other components that are done remotely. So this is something that was a feature of COVID. Before, we would have 2 people sitting in a room in San Diego, but if that was the only thing that was needed, then we would just say, well, we don't need to have 2 people in a room in San Diego. We can use Zoom, and we can share a screen, and we can have, you know, show the participant, okay, look at this X-ray. What do you think this shows me? So things that lend themselves to being completed remotely now are. But yes, the in-person time will usually be 1 to 2 days. Sometimes it's longer. It does depend on this. Every single assessment is custom tailored to that individual based on their reason for referral, the scope of practice, et cetera.
And my second question, this is just to clarify for myself, is so when the board sends somebody to your organization for PACE, they mostly come for competence, and I would imagine sometimes for fitness for duty.
So the answer to the first part, yes, competency assessments as well as those CME programs, those we get as well, and our physician enhancement program. Those are all programs that we routinely get referrals from the Medical Board of California. not for fitness for duty, because I don't think the board has a way to do that. We have on a back end way. My understanding is the board will often, when they're concerned about impairment of somebody, what is the specific type of impairment concern? So if it's neuropsychological functioning, then we're going to go identify a neuropsychologist who's approved by the board to do this. And by the way, Dr. Perry, who works for us and has since the beginning of PACE and probably done more neuropsych tests on a physician than any other human in history, he's also an approved provider. So in a way, yes, that could be PACE being involved in a fitness for duty, but it's really not, because they're looking for Bill Perry as the kind of approved provider.
And so my last few questions is all from the green graph, because we have a practice that we provide PACE and then we do a public reprimand. So we don't do oversight after the public reprimand. We then send them to PACE, right? In a category 1, a clear pass, after that person passes PACE, after the board writes the discipline, sends him to PACE, and my understanding from what you say now, at that first category, basically you're done with the discipline. PACE has found that you are clear pass, public reprimand goes on the record, you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
In the second case, where there's minor recommendations, in that specific, I'm going to put it category 2 and 3 together.
Sure.
Where there's minor recommendations and big recommendations. We issue a public reprimand, so now we're not overseeing it. It's all on you to establish what it is. If that person in the PACE program decides, okay, I'm going to do specific CME, self-study, professional coaching, or all is well. They've completed, they satisfy you, they walk. But what if they don't? Do you report that to the medical board?
Yeah, great question, actually. So couple things. First of all, the vast majority of doctors who get sent for a competency assessment were not through a public letter of reprimand. They were put on, either administrative law judge, right, or settlement agreement for probation. And so then the expectation, and one of the requirements, if you read under the clinical competence assessment, it says, and the physician agrees to follow all recommendations from PACE. And the board has, since we've started working with them, always taken the position of the oversight on ensuring that the physician is completing those recommendations that we've made. And we sometimes will work together to try to help identify, okay, this is the highest quality program, and give them guidance on things like that. But essentially, they're doing it, and including on the relatively rare few who do get sent with a public letter of reprimand. But that has kind of gone back and forth over time, because it's created impossible situations when someone's on a public letter of reprimand and they fail the assessment.
Yes.
It didn't, in the old days, it didn't have language. This has been rectified so that, because probably a singular individual, I won't mention any names, of course, but over a course of like 4 or 5 years, he took the assessment 4 or 5 times and was unable to practice during that time, and also unable to pass the assessment. But the board didn't have a way to move forward in one direction or another. So I think ultimately they opened a new accusation and then changed and made it a probationary order that gave the teeth that says, okay, if he doesn't pass, here's what's going to happen.
So that's what will happen in a category 4 scenario, where somebody is like, they're failing the process.
Yeah.
We issue the public reprimand. Now we go back into the process with a new accusation, or filing that, you didn't meet the standards, or you didn't follow through, or PACE said that.
Yeah, I'll defer to your colleagues on this.
No.
Because,
No,
oh yeah, that's your, yeah.
I just want to understand from your side where this handover, because I want to understand what our responsibility is. Because our responsibility is to discipline doctors and oversee them until they are, competent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's our responsibility. But
Yeah.
However, what I'm trying to assess in that category 2, 3, and even 4, if we pass that on to you, if there's sufficient, from yours end, you just pass it back to the medical board and you're back in the process, essentially.
Yeah.
Is what I'm understanding.
You're correct. And I think it's a great question, actually, because I think I think there's room for additional working together, or I think part of the recommendations that we make may be the perfect thing for the medical board inspectors and case workers to kind of take care of. And there may be other pieces where our guidance and our assistance might be of help. But that's not how we've been working. But I think that it opens a nice opportunity for reflection and saying whether there might be a way that we can work together even better. Because I think there's a space there where PACE and the medical board, or whether it's this medical board or another state or a hospital, like how do we work with you after the fact? So it's not just, hey, here's all the problems the doctor has, here's some courses they can take, here's some recommendations. But then other parts, and I think where the real challenge is for a medical board, when we have someone who we're going to recommend restrictions in practice. Well, you guys can affect restrictions during probation, but if if it's a public letter of reprimand, that's probably going to be a challenge. And what about after they go off probation? Then they can just go back to doing whatever we said they couldn't do, right? So there are challenges, and I think these are great questions and good opportunities for us to perhaps sit down and talk about ways that we could be more helpful.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm clear now. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments from board members? All right, let's open it up for the public. Any comments from those in the room? All right, please come forward. Thanks.
Yeah, hi. After my successful mental health treatment program was criminalized at Family Health Care Centers of San Diego, and I was booted out without any medical care or anything, without medications, low levels of the stimulants that really helped me function, I made the enormous mistake of trying to go to UC San Diego Health. Apparently, you should never tell another psychiatrist that you had a dispute with a psychiatrist, because they will retaliate. The guy that did it at your
Sir, let's please address the board, please.
Mr. Bull, you can actually return to the audience.
Well, I've got some papers for him, but yeah, okay. Could I have that time put back on, please? After I was thrown out in the streets, I made the mistake of going to UC San Diego Health. Saw a psychiatrist, his name was Gregory Bishop. He specialized in gay and transgender issues and substance abuse. They're all going into substance abuse because it's a cash grab. They're all going into that now. But like a little, to a little boy with a hammer, everything looks like to a little boy, everything looks like a nail, exactly the same thing. So I was told I was part of your zero tolerance program, meaning you're just suspected of drugs and you're subject to a drug test anytime. This was after one meeting with this guy. Did not go well. And the entire Department of Psychiatry, I wrote letters. Fake psychiatrist Joseph Pulveda is also a fake professor at UC San Diego Health. I don't know how an organization that allows a fake professor, that would not be accepted in any other field. The psychiatry department is involved in a lot of quackery, including TMI, giant magnetic resonance machines, to help people who are depressed. It doesn't, there's no such thing as endogenous depression. But the biggest concern is this neuropsychological testing that has been weaponized. They use that, Family Healthcare Centers of San Diego uses it, and so do you guys. I had to report for neuropsychological testing, and it was just nonsense. The guy just gave me a bunch of friends of his that were psychologists. Costs that went for like $20,000. It was absurd. They have ignored several Freedom of Information Act, California Public Records Act requests. So UC San Diego Health is breaking the law. And plus, I don't know who died and made the UC San Diego system change. I believe all of you have some connection to UC, or almost all of you. I think the legislature made some kind of rule that there should only be one or two board members from UC, because they will take over the place, and they have a certain worldview. So the head of psychiatry, the chairman of the board of psychiatry has ignored my Freedom of Information Act several times. He's from Canada, which is fine. I love Canada. My sister had.
Please conclude.
Very, very quickly, if he cannot follow American laws, he should get out of Dodge. Thank you.
Additional commenters in the room?
Hello, Marianne Hollingsworth, Patient Safety Advocate. I have a few questions since the board members were able to ask questions. Can I ask a few questions regarding Mr.?
You may ask us
You have-
questions, but we
Yeah,
can't
3 minutes of public comment.
Okay, thank you. First, Mr. Bull, thank you for your presentation on the PACE program for clarification and for kind of helping us all understand what goes on in the program. I had two concerns that I don't know if the questions can be answered or not. But one is since the classes are mostly online now, how does PACE ensure that this truly is the doctor who needs to take it and not somebody else who is sitting in his stead? I know for the clinical assessment, part of it has to be done in person. So, but if it's just online, if it's just going down through Q&A, how do we know who is doing that? And also a concern is the way the system works. By the time a doctor actually gets to PACE, it has been usually in excess of 5 years since the initial harm. The complaint process, it takes 3 years, and the disciplinary process, it takes at least a year, year and a half. So the doctor in question has had a lot of time to have bad habits ingrained, and I was wondering how they ensure that this person is safe and how secure are they in their knowledge that this doctor has been, has had his bad practices corrected. So those are my concerns as a patient safety advocate about how the program works. So if you can answer, fine. If not, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Are there additional commenters in the room? Right, Sean, could we check online?
If anyone would like to make a public comment on agenda item 6, please raise your hand now. Type something in that Q&A window. Give you a few seconds to see if anyone queues up. Not seeing any requests at this time.
All right, thanks. We'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments or questions from board members? All right, seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Bull, for sharing your expertise with the board on this very important topic. We really appreciated hearing from you. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and I guess 9-ish minutes. We'll return at 2:45. All right, we're going to return to the meeting. It is 2:49 p.m. We're going to move on to agenda item 7, which is our executive management reports. And again, as with prior items, we will take questions and comments at the conclusion of all of the reports. And Sean, I think you're going to take off your headset and start us off.
Thank you very much. For the ISB updates, staffing updates, we have got a full help desk, like Kathleen said. I can't remember the last time that was true. So we've got 3 positions still vacant. We're actively recruiting for a web developer, a report developer, and a business analyst for enforcement side of the house. 2 of those are still open, 1 closing today, actually. So recruitment's ongoing there. Hope to have those positions filled and have a full house for a while. Infrastructure updates. Next week, our network team is finishing rolling out the switch project for the HQIU and NBC field offices. So that will get all those offices up on hardware that's covered by nice reassuring warranties and things like that, just to make sure that we're up with the latest and greatest and covered should anything go wrong. While they've been doing those switch upgrades, we've been adding wireless to all of the district offices. The investigators are getting excited about that. They're getting the guest access, and eventually they'll have access for their laptops and conference rooms, things like that. And at the same time, our help desk is rolling out laptop refreshments to all the HQIU staff. After the HQIU staff is completed with that, we'll be procuring and then rolling them out to MVC staff as well. We just do regular 5-year refreshes to make sure they have accommodating hardware that can keep up with all the security upgrades and things like that. And then we're also working with the Department of Consumer Affairs on moving a lot of our virtual environments from on-premise hardware to Azure. So it's just a way for us to keep up with keeping cost of ownership low. Instead of buying a lot of hardware every 5 years, we can put it up in the cloud and just pay for it on a subscription-like basis. So in terms of our software project updates, here we've got the Medical Board of California iOS app update. Happy to say that that one is past all of our testing now. We're happy with the timing of the background notification pushes that are happening. So we're starting to deploy the pieces for that. Since the developer resource is still being shared with the complaint tracking system, we're probably expecting September, October, depending on how much work is going on in there. But we'll be rolling that out, and we'll have a lot of new analytics on that now, from how many devices are actively running it, how many doctors they're following. We're not tracking who they're following, anything like that, just usage statistics, anonymous device IDs, just so we know how many are out there in the wild and how users are using it. And we've also built the new application to support future enhancements, so we could send out things like the subscriber alerts that we send out, license alerts, and just news from the board when newsletters are posted, things like that. We can also add that functionality in the future if it's so desired. In terms of the direct online certification submission, the docs application update, you can see in that chart there that we're entering the last month there on that report there, at least it's June 2025, and we're entering our peak season of receiving those applicant documents. The last couple of years, it's been kind of the same little peak. Expect a same repeat this time. What's more interesting now is that you're seeing the license documents starting to gain a little bit of spread there in that chart. And so we're seeing that starting to pick up. We're going to have a meeting here in the next couple of weeks with the licensing program about adding another document type instead of just the initial license renewal form that they get for completing their postgraduate training verification. Program status change update will be submitted by the programs on behalf of the licensees so that we can accept those documents online as well too. Hopefully saving them more time in the processing of those documents. The volunteer physician registry update, we saw a big spike when we did a lot of outreach about that when we first launched the newest version. In this past quarter, only 5 new users. So we're gonna keep up with the advertising about that, but we still have close to 1,000 registered users in there. So that's good to see. The Department of Healthcare Access and Information, HCAIS, we call them, their survey application that we've been doing. I think it was about another 1.5% in terms of our population growth. We're starting to inch closer to that 85%, which is where we were on our prior physician survey before that survey went live in July of 2022. We think with all the additional notifications and things like that that go out to licensees, like right when their license is issued, we can probably get closer to a 90%. So I still expect that number to keep just creeping up a little bit. I'll be happy when it's over 85, but like I said, I think we'll get to 90. There is some legislation that we've been meeting with HCAI recently about, proposed legislation, and they also have some desires to change some of the race and ethnicity questions on that survey just to kind of align them with other surveys that they do and things like that. So we're tracking that legislation. No plan changes yet, but I know there's some in the hopper that they're requesting. The print yourself wallet licenses, I think you've seen that one kind of plateau here where it's just month after month. Licensees, when they renew their license, they print their license at home or they take that PDF, forward it off to who needs it. But we see fairly consistent usage there. The Breeze online complaint form redesign, some encouraging news that after some issues with the original deployment that didn't pass the first quality assurance testing, some enhancements have been made, and it's being configured so that on the September 16th release in Breeze, the involved party information where you put in witness information and other things in the complaint form, that information will be entered differently in the online complaint system, and it will save a lot of time for our intake staff who takes that information, and basically transcribes it into a different place in our online system. And so it'll reduce the amount of time there that it takes for them to set that up, because it's entered by the complainant themselves. It'll be of better quality because there's less chance when moving it for things to get dropped or missed and things like that. And then that will allow us to streamline the questions on the very long page of supplemental questions when you're filling out your online complaint. So initially, just those fields will be removed and add to a different screen, but then we'll be going through all of the questions after that September release to fine tune all those questions there. And that should hopefully close that project up. In terms of the Breeze electronic only renewal notice, we're up to 95% of the licensees renewing online now, which, since we're only sending them online renewals, that was to be expected, a little jump there. But we did see in this last quarter was a large number of licensees not renewing what I call early. We send them a first renewal notice at 180 days right now, and we like people to be proactive and go and renew those licenses right away. Some of them wait into the last 40 days, and there seemed to be kind of a high spike there in April, and it started trending downward. So we think people are getting used to the new process. We'll be keeping an eye on that. And we have additional notifications now going on, not just when you're 180 days, but then at 120 days. And as you progress closer and closer to your expiration, you get more and more emails till you do renew. So. And then the complaint tracking system update. I will have a full agenda item for you tomorrow to give you a demo of our early test builds for that. It's been going very well. Personally, I've looked at hundreds of complaints through there, and we're getting together with the enforcement and executive and legal teams and reviewing those complaints, not just as individual activities now, but when you're looking at a whole picture, filling in the gaps and how everything plays together on there. So I'm excited to show you tomorrow, basically through the whole system, give the new board members introduction to how we got to this point in the project, and then do a little demo and answer any questions you have about that. So turn it over to Doug.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawk?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome new board members. Update from our licensing program. In Q4, fiscal year 24-25, the board received 3,471 initial license applications, and we issued 1,743 licenses. We also launched a new webpage to support postgraduate training programs by providing tools to help with licensing application process. We also, big change on July 1st, 2025, Canadian medical school graduates now must obtain ECFMG certification to enter U.S. residency programs, as Canadian medical schools are no longer accredited by the Liaison Committee on Medical Education. Accreditation now rests solely with the Committee on Accreditation of Canadian Medical Schools, reclassifying these graduates as international medical graduates for the purpose of applying to U.S. residency programs. An efficiency update. We're always looking to automate, eliminate steps, be more efficient in our processes. And some of the recent updates include our application for duplicate wall certificate form, which was updated to reflect current procedures and eliminated unnecessary sections. On our deficiency phrases, applicant letters, and application checklists, we revised for clarity and consistency to help improve applicant understanding and reduce processing delays. Quick docs update. We continue to work with training programs and medical schools to update docs registration forms to allow broader acceptance of digital signatures. The more digital signatures we accept, the less that get rejected. Quick update from Webmaster. Webmaster responded to 2,763 emails from the licensing Webmaster in Q4. The most responded topics during this quarter were license updates, initial renewals, and fictitious name permit questions. For licensing outreach in Q4, we conducted 14 outreach activities. During these activities, we addressed licensing inquiries and guided programs, applicants, and licensees through the licensing and renewal processes. Some of the items discussed included new ECFMG requirements for Canadian applicants, PTL requirements, and first and second renewal requirements. Update on our consumer information unit. In Q4, they received 19,202 calls with an average wait time of 6 minutes. 3 of the topics most responded to in this quarter were renewal assistance, complaint questions, and application questions. And this concludes the update from licensing.
Thank you, Mr. Hawk. I think we'll move on to the enforcement summary and then we'll circle back for questions at the end. Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, members. It's my pleasure to provide an update on the enforcement program. The Central Complaint Unit, we are maintaining our average days to initiate the complaints. We're complying with the 10-day mandate. Our average processing time in the Central Complaint Unit is 155 days. And for fiscal year 24-25, the board received 9,707 complaints, slightly down from the previous fiscal year. In CCU, we currently have 2 vacant positions that management are working to schedule interviews and conduct those and then go through the hiring process. In the Complaint Investigation Office, which is our non-sworn unit, for the date range of April 1 to June 30th, CIO, the Complaint Investigation Office, closed 38 cases. They transmitted 24 cases to the Office of the Attorney General. 13 of those were criminal convictions, 10 were malpractice cases, 1 was a fraud case, and they also transmitted 4 petitions for reinstatement for probationers. Additionally, CIO referred 3 cases for public letters of reprimand, and they currently have a non-sworn investigator vacancy. For the Complainant Liaison Unit, as of July 22, 2025, they have received a total of 985 referred cases. Now, this is just from their implementation January 1st through July 22nd. Of those, the Complainant Liaison Unit staff have extended interviews to 857 complainants, and they have 128 cases that are pending interview offers. Currently, the status of the 857 interviews that have been conducted, how that breaks down is 169 interviews offered, 10 interviews scheduled, 29 interviews were declined, 125 we received no response from the complainant, and they've conducted 524 interviews. The management for the Complainant Liaison Unit participated in the board's outreach with licensing, and they're also going to be presenting at the Department of Investigation's Mini Academy. Our probation unit, during the 4th quarter, they put 32 licensees on probation, and 2 probationary licenses were issued. 24 licensees successfully completed their probationary terms, and 9 probationers surrendered their licenses while on probation. We've issued approximately 3 citations for violations of probation and 4 cease practice orders for violations of probation, and transmitted 8 petitions to revoke probation to the Office of Attorney General, and filed 2 accusations and petitions to revoke probation as of July, As of July 1st, 2025, there are 567 licensees on probation, both in California and outside. Regarding the probationers that surrendered, the reasons provided were that they could not afford the costs, they were retiring, they had health issues, they couldn't satisfy the terms and conditions of the probation that was ordered. Or they decided that they no longer wished to reside in the state of California and they wanted to retire. For the collaborative process involving the Medical Board, Health Quality Investigation Unit, and the Office of Attorney General Health Quality Enforcement Section, we're very pleased with all of the work, the meetings, the discussions, all the collaboration that we have, invested in this process. We're very hopeful to be implementing that this year. Our goals with this process are to reduce the number of cases that get returned for supplemental investigations, reduce the number of cases that might be rejected by the Attorney General's office, to enhance the disciplinary outcomes of administrative actions, increase communication between the investigators and the deputy attorney generals and have them working together throughout the investigatory process, increase alignment across investigations on the same subject or across related investigations into multiple subjects, and improve complaint processing timelines. And I think I already mentioned that we hope to have that implemented this year in 2025. So that concludes my enforcement summary, and Reggie will now provide an update on the enforcement monitor report.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Ms. Smith and Madam President. So before I'm, if you want to follow along, I'm on the board's notebook. BRD 7C18 is the page. And I will start with, before I present the enforcement monitor's findings, recommendation status report. We have so many of those new board members that were not around when the enforcement monitor was ordered to audit the enforcement program of the medical board. I know Judge Remke and Ms. Chung went through the orientation, heard about it a little bit from your onboarding process, and so is Mr. Jacob Arkatow. You heard it from also on your first onboarding all-day training at the medical board, and Dr. Solis had a mini training the other day just to prepare her for this meeting. But I think I'll just mention a little bit of background about what that audit was supposed to be. So it was back in 2021, Senate Bill 806 added Business and Profession Code Section 2220.01, which mandates an independent enforcement monitor evaluation of the board's enforcement activities with specific concentration on the handling and processing of the complaints and the timely application of sections or discipline imposed on licensees and persons to protect the public. That was their mandate. So for that mandate, an entity called Alexa and RPM was chosen as an enforcement monitor. They published their initial report in March of 2023, and the final report was published on August 18, 2023. These reports are available on board's website. Alexa and RPM documented 18 recommendations classified into 4 different sections. This past 2 years, staff worked hard to implement their recommendations. I will attempt to quickly report on the progress of their efforts next. So I'm on the next page now, if you want to follow along. Their first 2 recommendations, 1.1.1 and 1.1.2, that were related to data retention recommendations. Board did evaluate the recommendation and determined that board is already in compliance. That's why they are marked not applicable. The 1.1.3 is about conducting interviews with patient representatives, and as Shar mentioned, in the complaint liaison unit, their update earlier in her report, and you can also refer to BRD 7C2 for more information on that. I don't want to repeat everything Ms. Smith actually mentioned, but basically this recommendation is complete from the enforcement monitor. However, it is also marked as ongoing because this is the first of such unit under the Medical Board of California, much less in the country, and we are learning as we go along, as we interview. We are fine-tuning this process, so it is an ongoing process. But as far as staffing of the unit is complete, the training of the staff is complete. They are, as you heard from the numbers, they are very busy contacting the complaining party and interviewing them and gathering more information, working with the medical consultants unit. So that's a very active unit. We're very proud of what their activities are. 1.2.1, that's to do with complaint tracking functionality. And again, you will hear more about that. It is in progress. The project is progressing very nicely, as Sean pointed out, and the demonstration is on the agenda for tomorrow. So I don't want to take too much time on that. 2.1.1 is to establish a structured collaboration between HQIU and HQE, ensuring effective communication. This is one of the pillar recommendation of the enforcement monitor to improve the outcome of our enforcement activities. This recommendation is also marked complete, and we expect this process to implement in 2025, as Ms. Smith pointed out. And I was going to go over the goals again, to reinforce what the goals of the model is, but I'm not going to repeat for the sake of time. But ultimately, it is to improve the complaint processing timeline and the outcome. So moving on to 2.1.2, the cluster of recommendations there, and 2.1.3, they were subjective to if we cannot achieve a collaborative process, then you do this, you do that. But those are marked not applicable because we were able to meet over the last 2-year period and work with HQIU and HQE staff on a regular basis, and we were able to come up with a working model that we're very proud of, which we will be looking forward to implement soon. 2.2.1, the recruitment method for medical experts should be held in person or virtually to allow potential candidates to ask questions of the program staff. What we are doing right now is, whenever possible, in-person outreach or recruitment of expert is already very active, and every opportunity that I do have time to reach out myself personally and my staff, outreach staff, that is at the top of the priority list for us to recruit more quality experts for us. 2.2.2 require all medical experts to participate in expert training and eliminate the current 2-tier pricing structure. That is also complete, and it is marked as ongoing because it is a new online training tool, which is all experts are subject to take that training. There's not going to be 2-tier trained expert and untrained experts going forward. Every new expert that are signed into the program will have to undergo that training, and it is marked ongoing because we are still fine-tuning that online training tool to learn more from its effectiveness so we can fine-tune it going forward. 2.2.3, it is to establish a formal process for soliciting medical expert training feedbacks. Again, that is also in progress. There are surveys at the end of the training. We are also considering having quizzes in between the training to see or pre-test and post-test for the training to see what they learned, what they knew about the program before. Now, after taking the training, a post-test will tell us how much they learned going through the training. So it is a new program, so it is still ongoing, and hopefully we'll fine-tune it going forward. 2.2.4, medical expert compensation assessment. It was determined by the enforcement monitor that our compensation rate is too low, which is one factor that is not attracting experts to join the medical board expert program. But I'm happy to say that the board's budget change proposal was approved this last year, and the neurosurgeons, orthopedic surgeons, and pain medicine, they all saw an increase in their hourly rate effective July 1 of 2025, and we still continue to periodically review the market rates and increase hourly rate as necessary. Consider mandating licensees to participate in the medical expert reviewer program was one of the recommendation, and the board staff actually evaluated this recommendation, and it is, the additional recruitment tool, we are going to be increasing the pool of experts as needed, so it is marked as complete. 2.3.1, a review of the guidelines and the procedures used when departing from the identified disciplinary guidelines. The board staff is reviewing currently, and later this month, a meeting is scheduled to develop initial draft of the potential updates, so that is in progress. And 3.1 was to establish a formal process by which self-identified race ethnicity information would be periodically extracted. That recommendation is pending. The framework on the task needed to meet this recommendation is still being identified by the staff at this point. Moving over to the last section, section 4, update standard of clear and convincing proof to reasonable certainty versus preponderance of evidence. That is on hold. This will require legislative change. We tried to obtain this standard during our last sunset process. It was not approved by the legislators, but it is on hold, and our goal is to ask for that threshold to be achieved at some time in the near future. Number 2, under section 4, revise the current requirements of the statute of limitations to allow sufficient time for the board to obtain necessary records and conduct interviews. This is complete as it was enacted under BPC section 2225.5. Number 3 recommendation was sign release from patients and that the board cannot obtain medical records which may compromise the board's mission to protect the public relative to standard of care violation. It is complete and it's marked as ongoing. Again, that is achieved through BPC 2234H. Board staff will continue to seek potential options to address obtaining medical records. Where such tools are lacking, we will try to sharpen our ability to obtain more records because that is vital to our investigation. Also, the recommendation from the enforcement monitor was that our funding structure is not stable, so they recommended fee increases. And again, that is marked complete. The board's funding issue has been resolved, as I've been reporting in the previous board meetings, and the current fund condition shows the board will remain solvent without the need for additional loans. And in addition, as of June 30, 2025, the board actually repaid all of our remaining 3 loans with interest it received from other DCA entities. The board's financial position continues to improve with the control of expenditure, internal changes, and seeking options that are more suitable for the board. And I will be in my administrative report next. I'll elaborate a little bit more on that. So that actually concludes the enforcement monitor recommendation status report. Again, we plan to bring it back to the board, give you more updates in the near future. But as you can see, more than half of the recommendations been already complete and are ongoing for further development and improvement. So at this point, so Madam President, do you want me to move over to the administrative summary?
Please do.
Thank you. So as in previously reported in my report, board staff and myself meet with board leadership, individual board members, local, state, and national organizations listed in this report. I'm not going to read all of that, but the discussions are on various topics of mutual interest of the board and those entities. And as of July 1, and going over to staffing updates, as you can see that we have 27 vacant positions, and the vacancy rate is 14.27, and a list of vacancies broken down by units are listed there. But I just want to give you a most recent update as of August 19th. This report that as it is printed in your report is as of July 1, but as of August 19, the board has a 11.63 vacancy rate, which equates to 22 vacant positions. And that's because we filled more positions since the report was generated. So our current vacancy rate is 11.63, which is the lowest so far that we've been tracking this. So we are we're able to, like you heard from both enforcement program and also that we are filling positions and retaining our employees, and the employee turnaround is reduced. So between April 1, 2025 and August 19, 2025, we successfully filled 17 vacant positions. So that is great news. Budget update, again, going back to my previous update, the board repaid all the loans, outstanding loans. And again, this is really happy news to report that we are going into our 150 years of existence next year, that we are starting this fiscal year without a loan and no interest to be interest burden to encumber our funds for going forward. Moving over to media relations and external communication update, on August 17th, myself, I had the opportunity to present at the medical professionalism and ethics from the MBC standpoint, point of view, and empowering physicians, what California Medical Board do to improve patient care. This was in Alhambra at the Golden Scope Medical Professionalism and Ethics Symposium. August 14, board member Dr. Richard Thorpe and myself had an opportunity to attend the California Society of Addiction Medicine conference. At this venue, they promoted the guideline. We actually promoted the guidelines of practicing controlled substances for pain, and also medical board's medical consultant and medical expert program, and answered questions from the physicians attending the CSAM conference there. We had great turnout of physicians come to us and ask questions. July 25, 2025, the board distributed an e-blast to all licensees and sent by the California Department of Public Health regarding update to COVID-19 reporting. July 18th, I presented AB 408 and other medical board updates at the 37th Annual Virtual Conference of Physician Wellbeing. On May 30th, the board published distributed our 2025 first quarter newsletter. That concludes my prepared remark, Madam President. Myself and my staff are available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Varghese. All right, we'll bring it back to the board for questions or comments for any of the staff members. Any questions or comments? Dr. Thorpe?
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's instructive to look at the graphs in a number of areas, but I do think it's, we had a long history of complaints that were extended for many of them for over 365 days. Those complaints have been dropping. Our average days to complete investigations in HQIU have been steadily dropping, and I just think it reflects the. I'm just grateful that to see that happen, because it has been a serious problem that we were facing for years as we came into this process. So thanks, Mr. Varghese, and to all your team for the hard work that you're doing. And in so many of these areas, it's a complex and difficult process. And so I just want to say thank you. And obviously there's more work to do, but I think it just shows the morale appears to be significantly improved.
May I respond?
Please.
So we do meet with both Kathleen Nichols and Stephanie Whitley on Thursdays every week. And that's top of our agenda. We do case studies and we look at aging cases, and we do get metric reports where we can track all that. I mean, this is like myself and Shar Smith and the Assistant Chief of Enforcement and Deputy Director Marina O'Connor. This is our standing meeting every Thursday with HQIU, and it's not at that level. And I know HQIU do the same thing, and their district offices, they do case reviews and case studies. So our ethos is in making sure the aging cases get proper attention and see what's going on and prioritize cases. Thank you.
Just one other comment, that the area where I do see sort of a trend heading more upward is the central complaint unit. Looks like there's kind of a gradual trend up in the amount of time taken to complete complaints, and just wondered if there's is there something going on with this time of the year, or is there some structural problem that we need to address?
There's staffing, vacancies that doesn't help, and bringing on new staff, onboarding them. I've been at this board for 2 decades, and I'm still learning things and seeing things, and as trends change. So, we're working to identify efficiencies as well that will help to, be more, efficient. Instead of mailing, faxing, we're trying to come up with ideas and process improvements to bring that. We are aware of it, and it's important to all of us in the enforcement management to bring that down. So we're looking at it from all levels, because it's very important, not only to us, but to the families that are entrusting us to look into their concerns. So we take that very seriously.
So in addition to staffing issues, Dr. Thorpe, you heard from Douglas about how licensing achieved total paperless, and they're doing all everything is all paper and scanning. Enforcement just started on it. So CCU just started embarking on it. So it's new process they have to learn. And so, pushing paper, they're used to do that. Now they have to scan. And so there are new process involved. So there's some training and a learning curve that caused them to have a little bit of a backlog. So that's also contributing.
Mr. Watkins?
Yeah, cool. I have a feedback on 2.2.3 on the that is the monitor report, where we establish the formal process, the medical expert training feedback. You see, this is an interesting deal because, I've been studying this too for years. And let me use an analogy to have it better understood. If you do a sport and you want to get better, you go to a coach, and the coach is going to be probably your hardest critic. And it will point out stuff in a blatant way, and you will see the issues and you will correct them. In this case, where we look at medical experts, I think doing a tape watch, like if this case is completed, right? There's an outcome. We know this was the expert that reviewed this case, to then have at some point, like the 10 cases that they reviewed or the one case, like have a process where because in this case, the DAGs are the most harsh critics. They break them down. And then to explain to them, hey, this is some of the criticism. You don't have to you can use better language. These are the criticisms that was leveled against you when you did that case. And then they have kind of an awareness where they've strayed off. It's very specific, because if you go vague, you don't make somebody better. You make them better by being specific as to what are the deficiencies, what's their blind spots. So I'm just suggesting on that one that there's some kind of a feedback to the actual expert after they've reviewed the case. That's my first recommendation. My second recommendation is, this is going to be controversial, since we are doing within the first 155 days at the Central Complaints Unit, 50% of all complaints are closed at that stage. So if we receive 50% in that range, on average, is closed in that 150 days, more or less, right? So I'm suggesting, this is controversial, but it's the future. Let's build an AI model, because the criteria is pretty clear of what would constitute of a case moving forward, right? Let's build a learning model, and we put it through it. So that case moves way faster. And then the chief can review it, Reggie can review it, whatever the reviewing process is. And then you probably a third of the time. But like I said, it's just a suggestion. I'm trying to think out of the box here.
Yeah, I mean, I just on that last point, Mr. Watkins, I mean, I do think that's the future, right? Where we're going to use these AI tools to help us all be more efficient. So it's worth us thinking about it and considering it. And I mean, frankly, again, you know, you're right to point out that a certain number of complaints are closed in that early process. Many of them are closed, right? Because they filed them with the wrong agency or what have you. And you can create AI agents to make sure they're immediately sent over to the Board of Registered Nursing or the PA board or what have you. So I think there's a lot of opportunity over time to make sure those things work, to make our processes more efficient and to help the public, you know, experience our processes in a better way as well. Other comments, questions from board members before we take comments from the public? All right, seeing none. Any public comments from those in the room? Please come forward.
Okay. And yeah, these comments are going to be a little scary all over the place. First of all, if you look at any 1 month data, it does not give you the picture. Go back at least 2 years, especially for new board members. You can see all trends going in the wrong direction. The trends are just crossing like this. Costs going up, performance going down in all areas. And I think the areas you measure are wrong. I'm also very suspicious about that 10,000 number with the total number of complaints, which seems to be going down. That's a tiny number. You guys keep talking about like it's a big number. That's minuscule. 10,000? That's nothing. How many people dropped out? This gets back to Sean's forum. that monstrosity form you have. I know the difficulty of legacy IT systems. It's a tough business. But we've been saying the same thing, or you guys have been saying the same thing for 2 years. This complaint tracking unit, but especially the performance improvement, it never gets better. But the main thing about the form I have to mention again, especially the attorneys, there's usually a bunch of them here. What do we got, 1 or 2? Anybody who fills out that form, they destroyed their own legal case they were going to have trial on. That's it. It's destroyed. Mr. Watkins, you've pointed that out. That is immoral. It's un-American. It is immoral. Stop it. You have sworn to pledge to protect a bunch of things, the California Constitution, but also the American Constitution, United States Constitution. California Constitution is word salad. Pay attention to the American Constitution. That's what you need to look at, and people are getting screwed by that. So I think that, I mean, this would not be a perfect solution, but you have to warn people not to fill out that form. And if you are going to do this summary, which, public, they do not really do a summary. They give them a full data dump. The attorneys that prosecuted me used your information, Mr. Varghese. You were the prosecutor. You guys were all the prosecutors against me. We were adversaries. I'm not your friend. I'm not a patient advocate. I'm your enemy, if you'd prefer to use that word. I do intend to do everything I can do, and it won't succeed. It's impossible, but we're allowed to try impossible things. I'm going to try to have this agency shut down. So if you want to hate me, go ahead. I'm not an evil person. I'm a rational actor. That's the conclusion I have made. The form, everything, you see the same thing happening over and over again. When you look at this through time, you're seeing the same thing. You guys all thank Sean for his good work, and he probably is doing good work. That Breeze thing is a mess. Do you even have a patient lookup thing? I got rejected for another California Public Records request from you. You said you've never done a focus group study or whatever. That contaminates every piece of your data.
Please conclude.
I'm concluded. Your data is contaminated unless that form is fixed, unless you really know what's going on. Thank you.
Any other commenters in the room?
Hello, Marion Hollingsworth, patient safety advocate. I'm not sure if this comment comes under the enforcement or under Mr. Varghese's presentation. I had a comment about the supposed confidential letter that the board approved for the executive director to send to doctors whose level of violation did not come up to a level of discipline. When the decision was made to send out these letters a couple years ago, we advocates asked the board to report the number of letters that were sent out, and this has not yet to happen. I understand that the content of the letters is confidential, but it would be helpful if the actual number of those letters would be reported as part as the enforcement statistics. This way, the public would be aware of this discipline alternative and how it is used in the enforcement process. Also, regarding the comment from Dr. Thorpe about improved morale, I mean, it's good that the board feels good about the job they've done, but the public has not been impressed because the discipline rate is only 3.7%, and that's the latest stats as of this last fiscal year with 366 decisions and 9,707 complaints. So that's not an impressive number. The public would like to see more doctors held accountable, and that would therefore create better patient safety. So if we could get the letters in with the enforcement statistics, that would be very helpful. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. Any further comments from the room? All right, Sean, let's open it up online.
If you'd like to make a public comment on agenda item 7, please do so by raising your hand or type anything into that Q&A box. First request here is from Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Should be receiving that prompt.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I'm with Consumer Watchdog. I'm discussing 7A and 7C, so please bear with me time-wise. We have expressed our interest on several occasions to engage as stakeholders in in the Consumer Complaint Update Project, yet it remains unclear why our offer has not been embraced by staff. Recently, the Osteopathic Medical Board extended an invitation for us to contribute to updates in their enforcement program tools. Our insights contributed to refining both their consumer complaint form and their complainant notification letters. A key enhancement to their consumer complaint form is the inclusion of a checkbox that allows complainants to indicate whether they have filed a complaint with CDPH or another entity. This addition has already led to instances where complaints were submitted with this option checked, enabling staff to connect with the corresponding department or organization to retrieve crucial investigative information. By adopting this approach, your enforcement staff will be better equipped to gather all relevant information, leading to more streamlined and effective investigations. We truly believe that our collaboration can enhance this process and benefit all parties involved. I have some questions about the workings of the complaint liaison unit, specifically which interviews are conducted by the CLU staff. Do they solely oversee the final interview before a complaint is closed, or are they involved in other interviews throughout the process as well? I observed a scenario where it appeared that the interview offered to the complainant was meant to be the final interview. However, the CLU staff failed to make this clear. Even when they were questioned and pressed for clarity, they insisted they were just trying to gather information. Yet, following the supposed information gathering interview, the complainant received a letter indicating that their complaint had been closed. The CLU staff should clearly articulate the type of interview being conducted and maintain transparency when asked about it. This clarity is vital for the complainant, empowering them to approach the interview prepared and ready to effectively advocate on behalf of their complaint. Which cases complaints go to the complaint liaison unit? Question. The CLU process has unfortunately contributed to confusion among complainants rather than offering the clarity they need. It's essential that your CLU staff undergo further training to enhance their effectiveness and better serve those who rely on their assistance. I can see the potential it has to help families, but currently it is not helping anyone. In regards to the comment that Reggie made, I'd like to know when the board is going to be speaking on patient safety and AB 408 at public events to the public, not just to physicians, but to patients as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next request here is from Tracy Dominguez. Tracy, you should be receiving that prompt.
I am Tracy Dominguez, and I am from Bakersfield, California, and I am a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I know we have brought this to your attention before, but I must emphasize the importance of the consumer complaint form. It plays a key role. I urge you to genuinely welcome input from the stakeholders who rely on it, families like mine who seek to assure that it meets all the public needs. I have filed several consumer complaints, including multiple submissions to this board, in hopes of seeking resolution and assuring my voice is heard. It is not only my voice to be heard, but it is my daughter, Demi, and my grandson, Malachi, who no longer have a voice. I have been in a situation where I have submitted a complaint to the health department, only to have it forwarded to your board. Before I could file my consumer complaint with this board, I believe there was a simple reversion that needed to be made that would have made a difference not only to the families, but would have helped your enforcement staff to be better equipped to gather the necessary information and to thoroughly review and effectively address the complaints. So again, please include us in the consumer complaint updates process. We use this form and we know that it would change and make a difference for families. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, here's Eric Andrus. You should be receiving that prompt.
Oh, come on, Reggie. That enforcement monitor report was so skewed, and clearly information was kept from those people who did the report. They even admitted that certain information was never provided or considered. Anyone who thinks that report was impartial and complete is part of the problem. I recommend to the new board members to take a look at the report and then talk to TJ Watkins as to how it is faulty. Of course, Christina will likely attack you after the meeting and tell you that I'm crazy and that the report is perfectly legitimate because that's what the CMA would want her to say. And she can't cross them and jeopardize future campaign donations from them. New board members, this is the kind of thing that you have to watch out for because the staff isn't always truthful with you, especially Carrie Webb. As a lawyer, she skews things to protect the board. Look how she always gives herself a prime seat next to the president when she should be just sitting in the audience like most boards and councils do with their staff attorneys. Richard, whose morale is improved? Certainly not the people of California and the patient safety advocates who are continually disappointed in this board. You all pat yourselves on the back to make it appear like you're doing your job, but the advocates always and regularly come in and prove how you're all failing. Saying things like that is so selfish and proves you only think of your own attitudes and needs and not those of the public. How many of the new board members will allow that to continue? Several of the newish board members are doing like Christina used to do when she first got on the board and are sitting on their hands, not really participating or saying anything. Have any of you done any research on the history of this board to know what you're representing? Or are you just going to spend your entire tenure sitting there not participating, not trying to make patients safer like TJ Watkins is doing? Christina always loves to point out the complaints that are closed because they're sent to the wrong board, but never talks about the egregious cases closed simply because they need to so you don't go broke protecting the people of this state. She always has to try and negate everything that TJ Watkins says. She's a mean girl. Yes, 150 years of existence, and if you look into the entire history, the board has been criticized for its lack of real patient safety the entire time. You still can't afford to discipline even half of the complaints that cross your trash cans. I mean your desks. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Last in queue here is Maria Ibarra Navarrete. Anyone else would like to make a public comment on agenda item 7? Please do so by raising your hand or type something in that Q&A window. Maria, you should be receiving a prompt on your end. Okay, I'm not seeing Maria coming off of mute. I'm not seeing any additional requests at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any further questions or comments from members before we move on? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item 8, updates from the Physician Assistant Board. Dr. Sai, I think that's you.
Thank you, Madam President. As the ex officio member of the Physician Assistant Board, we met on August 15, 2025. During the meeting, some of the highlights were AB 1501, which is the Physician Assistant Board Sunset Review. In that pending legislation, there is changes to the licensing application for PAs, namely adding a section for criminal history. In addition, there is wording changes that previously the Physician Assistant Practice Act names the Physician Assistant Board to approve training programs, but of course that is not the role of the PA board, and therefore it defers to the accreditation body to approve and establish a passing score for PAs applying for licensing. Of course, other important changes were licensing and application fee changes. One of the key things that were of interest to the medical to the medical doctors are that they're proposing to change the MD or DO to PA ratio. Currently stands at 1 physician to 4 PAs. So 1 physician can supervise up to 4 PAs, and they're hoping to change that from 1 physician to 8 PAs. that it will be going through the legislature. The pros, of course, is to allow more access to healthcare, especially in the underserved areas. And then lastly, the PA board is undertaking the task to review the current PA practice agreements, and that will have further updates in the upcoming months. The PA practice agreement, as some of you may or may not know, any PA who is supervised by a physician should into a PA practice agreement allowing their scope of practice, what they can and cannot do under this physician. That agreement has not been reviewed for many years, and so the PA board is undertaking that task to review and update it. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Tsai. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Dr. Thorpe?
Thank you, Dr. Tsai. So what's the process going to be then? Is it in the sunset review, or is it a separate piece of legislation to change the ratio from 1 to 4 to 1 to 8?
It's a part of
the sunset review. Okay.
Any further questions, comments? Dr. Yep.
Dr. Tsai, I'm just curious, the PA board, I think the function discipline, do they have similar entity like CMA that PA organization to promote PA meaningful purpose, getting more in the workforce, more involved in future care? The reason I ask is because I personally have a number of PA and observe PA in this hospital that I think the growth of the PA outpace the quality that physician can supervise them. And we act on the premise that we don't have a doctor, we need PA, we need MP, but I don't think we update on the supervising the quality, the training of the PA and MP. Not all of them, but at least a significant number of that. So I'm just wondering, the PA board, do they have any relationship or collaboration with such a PA organization? And the other thing, what is the direction as a PA going to specialty, like the more orthopedic, vascular high PA? Are they trained in a job? Are they have certified first program to improve the quality and safety? That's my concern. Thank you.
I think the number of PAs in California are increasing. Every year, I think they're up to about 9,000 to 10,000 licensed PAs now in California. California, I think there's over 30 PA training programs in California, and 12 of them are in California. There's about 6 or 7 in southern part of the state. Then there's 4 or 5 in northern part, central, and then there's 3 or 4 in the Bay Area. I think, you know, the issue with PAs, they're ancillary health professionals. They're meant to augment physicians in their care of patients. One of the key things, and that's why I said, one of the key things about physician supervision is this 1 to 4, this increase from 1 to 4 to 1 to 8 MDDO to PA ratio will be an interesting sort of debate. How can we ensure the quality of care while not overextending the physician supervision? Now, I think one of the questions is that there still needs to be supervision. I know that the nursing board is looking towards independent NP practice, where the nurse practitioner can practice independently without a physician. Several other states like Las Vegas, and I think Las Vegas comes to mind because NPs can practice without a physician supervision. Just by their nursing license, they can practice. And of course, the majority of these allied health professionals practicing independently are in aesthetics, the Botox, the collagen injection type of area. But of course, it's a slippery slope. Now, what's to prevent a cardiac nurse practitioner from sort of opening up practice to a aesthetic nurse practitioner? So I think it's a fine balance, because obviously as physicians, we know that to supervise means that you have to read every note, you have to follow up on the patients. You can't just sort of be a person that says, oh, I trust you guys implicitly. You still have to monitor everything that your supervised PA does. So I think with that, there's going to be a lot of debates on what's the appropriate number. Is it 8? Is it 12? Is it 4? Is it 2? So I think that's why, of all the interesting parts of the Sunset Review, I think that will be the most contested and most heavily debated. And I think I see what the other side of the debate is, because access to healthcare is really important in California. I mean, patients wait up to 3 months to see a doctor, a specialist. And like you said, most of the PAs are in surgical subspecialties, the orthopods, the neurosurgeons, but there's a lot of PAs working in primary care. So I think that will be something that the legislature will have to investigate, and we may have to provide some input as to what is the appropriate number.
Other questions, comments? Dr. Mahmood?
Yes. Yeah, your point is well taken, that what would be the right number. But I don't think the physician has to go through every single case of the PA. I think there's a percentage of 20 or 25%. Even that, if you spend 2 hours on one PA to reviewing everything, it's going to take 16 hours. So whoever came up with this idea of 8 is, I think, a little overrated. It's just somebody has to be a superhero. He's going to be doing his own practice. He's going to be watching all 8 PAs. And we are going to be extending care to more people. Quality of care is going to go way too low. And before it goes, I thought they could have done like 4, maybe 6, seeing what is going on. And also, I think there might be a need to restrict them certain specialties to do the work. Some specialties, especially in medical specialties, are hard because a lot more thought process and kind of stuff to make the diagnosis and everything. I mean, the reason they're working most in surgical specialty because surgeon does the job and they just do the follow-up or the pre-op and kind of stuff. So it's, as you said, it's really a very tough call. Has to be very careful. I don't know how much medical board is going to have involvement in that, but I think we should have say when medical MDs are going to be proctoring or supervising them, we should have some say on that. I don't think you are representing us there.
Other comments, questions? Comments, questions from the public on this agenda item? Yes, sir.
Doctor, I just want to inject a dose of reality into what you're talking about, PAs. You know, I have no medical care. I'm 71 with no medical care. When I had it, it was at Family Healthcare Centers of San Diego. I had a PA. He was a good guy. He's, you know, caring, good guy. I never saw a real doctor. The doctor that supervised him was Christopher Gordon, no relationship, who was a tweaker. Addicted to crystal methamphetamine. You guys love that when people confess it and, you know, and they take their urine tests and they do all this and that. But I never saw him. I don't know if that's standard practice, and that was for several years. So no doctor. I lost, if you consider having a doctor in medical, right? No doctor, 71 years old. Maybe I'll get down to Tijuana. You heard what happened at UC Health. I made the mistake of telling them the story about the lying Joseph Bolda, the lying con man
Mr. Gordon, can you direct your comments to the update on the PA board? That's the agenda item we're talking about.
I did. I was talking directly about my PA. Why are you so determined to stop people from speaking freely?
I'm just
I
trying
have some things to
keep
say.
you on
That's all
track
you guys
on
do
the
is stop
subject.
people from talking.
Sir,
Sir, ma'am, go ahead.
focus your comments, please.
Am I allowed to say what I want or not?
Focus your comments on the physician.
If I can't say what I want, I won't say anything at all. Say it in another forum. When people said you're against America and you're against free speech, I didn't believe it. I do now. And we have to reach out even to the anti-vaxxers. As I said, doctors are also getting screwed by the system, not just patients. We have to reach out to everybody and let them know what's going on here. You know, I don't have any legal rights because the Attorney General is this man's attorney, not mine. So you have no rights whatsoever, no medical, no nothing. So yes, I am declaring war on your organization. I know it's ridiculous, but I am. So thank you.
Any other comments in the room?
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Ariola from the California Department of Public Health. I would encourage you to look at that legislation that's pending in the sunset because at the Department of Public Health, we do issue licenses to PAs for the use of fluoroscopy. And that expansion of overseeing or supervising 4 individuals now to 8, I do see supervision is necessary within that room, especially on the X-ray side when they're applying ionizing radiation to humans in a hospital setting. So I would encourage just looking at that to say we do license PAs to use X-ray. And if there are going to be more PA users on the floor and each one of them requires specific oversight or specific supervision, that'd be something that's very helpful to look into. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Additional commenters in the room? All right, seeing none, Sean, can we check online?
Yes, if anyone would like to make a public comment on agenda item 8, please do so by raising your hand or typing something in that Q&A window. First up here, we have Lisa Armio. Lisa, you should be receiving a prompt on your side. Looks like Lisa took her hand down. Excuse me. So I don't see any requests in queue.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions, comments? Dr. Thornton?
I just want, I think, so I do supervise 3 PAs and 1 nurse practitioner in my internal medicine practice. And I review 10% depending on, but essentially 10% across the board get of their records get sent to me automatically. So I have that review, and it's a everyday amount of, today I had 35 charts to review. Well, you can't read, I mean, that's a lot of charts to look through and to try to make sure that that care is appropriate and that there is, you know, appropriate diagnosis and appropriate orders and appropriate intervention for diagnostic evaluation. It is, and I have to say, I think I'm on a little, even though this is supposed to be what happens, it's not common that this happens. I think it would be helpful to, I don't know exactly how to do this, but for one thing, I think it'd be interesting to do a survey to see if you call a primary care office and that does use PAs, what's your likelihood of being able to get in to see the doctor? How often does that work? And how many people will get automatically scheduled with a PA as opposed to the physician across just across the state, kind of just a sample of how that would work. And then I don't know if it would, I don't know how you would do this survey, but to see what is the standard for supervision, because this question of increasing the number of, or this ratio, is really a big deal. And I think the chances for disaster, I mean, PAs are great. They do a great job. They're very I have great relationships with my PAs and my nurse practitioner. I love the work that they do, but they don't know what they don't know. And there's just a limit to what they know. They learn a good amount of stuff, and they learn more because they're very motivated to learn, but there's just a limit to what they know. And so I know that we can depend on Dr. Sy to straighten this whole thing out.
Thanks, Dr. Thorpe, and thanks, Dr. Sy, for the report. Any further comments? Okay, we will move on to agenda item 9, which is discussion and possible action on proposed rulemaking on fees for petitions for penalty relief and proposed responses to public comments received during the 15-day comment period. Carrie Webb.
I know this was the agenda item everyone's been looking forward to discussing. Please turn to agenda item 9 for all of the materials that are relevant to this topic. For some background, the board sustains significant costs in processing and adjudicating petitions for penalty relief, which is the tool that physicians use to have their revoked or surrendered licenses reinstated, or to have the terms of their probation modified, or have their probation terminated early. Between fiscal years 2021 and 2023, these costs exceeded $1.8 million. Historically, petitioners have not been required to bear these costs. However, at the board's request, Senate Bill 815, enacted in 2023, authorized the board to establish fees to cover these expenses. Board staff determined that the average cost to process a petition for reinstatement through the hearing process is $22,781, and the average cost for petitions for modification or early termination is $20,992. At the May 2024 board meeting, the board approved proposed regulations to establish fees for petitions for penalty relief to cover the costs up front before the matter was referred to the Attorney General's office and set for hearing. The proposed regulations were noticed for the 45-day comment period, and the board received 9 comments, all of which, among other things, expressed concern that requiring petitioners to pay in excess of $20,000 up front would be a barrier to individuals who are rehabilitated from being able to pursue penalty relief. In response to those concerns, board staff developed an alternative proposal, which would require individuals seeking reinstatement to submit $2,962 along with their petition, and individuals seeking to modify or terminate their probation early would be required to submit $1,242 with their petition to start the initial review. These fees represent the cost to the board up to the time the petition is referred to the Attorney General's office. The remaining fee to pay for the services of the Attorney General's office and the Office of Administrative Hearings will be determined by the administrative law judge, who shall consider evidence of the petitioner's ability to pay the remaining fee with or without entering into a payment plan, as well as the reasonableness of the fee. This proposal includes a cap of $22,000 less the initial fee already paid. Under the modified proposal, the board may approve, reduce, or eliminate the remaining fee proposed by the ALJ, and may also increase the award up to the cap, consistent with the evidence in the decision after non-adoption. The board approved these modifications to the language, among others, at the February 2025 meeting, and board staff noticed the modified text for the 15-day comment period. During this last 15-day comment period, the board received 2 letters. The first from the Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County, and they welcomed the reduction in initial fees, but they requested clarification on what evidence would be relevant in considering a petitioner's ability to pay the remaining fee. They suggested setting forth the criteria to be considered, but board staff did not recommend changes to the modified text in response to this comment, as the proposed text already allows petitioners to demonstrate financial hardship, and they are in the best position to provide relevant evidence. The second comment came from the California Medical Association, and CMA also appreciated the board's efforts, but continued to express concerns about the financial burden on petitioners. They suggested several modifications, including, but not limited to, specifying that the $22,000 fee cap applies to both the ALJ and the board, specifically indicating that the petitioner's existing cost recovery obligations can be considered when determining the petitioner's ability to pay, requiring a notice to petitioners that payment plans are available upon request, and incorporating the required form for petitions for penalty relief into the regulations by reference. Board staff recommended making several of the requested changes to address their concerns, including clarifying the maximum fee cap, allowing for the reduction or waiver of fees on financial hardship basis, providing notice to the petitioner that payment plans are available, and incorporating the form into the regulations. Staff, however, did not recommend specifying outstanding cost recovery as a ground for fee reduction, as the proposed text already provides a broad opportunity for petitioners to demonstrate financial hardship. Board staff also made additional minor clarifying changes to the text. And the second modified text being proposed is located under attachment 3. Staff recommends approving the proposed responses to the public comments on the modified text, and to approve the second modified text to be noticed for the 15-day comment period. I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have, and if the members are so inclined, I have suggested language for a motion to support the recommendation. So if we get to that point, I'll suggest language for the motion because it needs to be very specific, and then a member can say so moved. But for now, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Are there questions or comments from the members? Does anyone wish to hear Carrie's language for a motion? Let's hear it.
Okay. So I would request that a member make a motion to, 1, approve the proposed responses to the written comments received on the modified text, and 2, approve the second modified text, as well as to direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process. This includes preparing second modified text for a 15-day comment period, which incorporates amendments discussed at this meeting. If after the 15-day comment period, the board does not receive any comments providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action, then the board authorizes the executive director to make any non-substantive changes to the proposed second modified text and the rulemaking file, and adopt the proposed regulations as described in the second modified text notice.
Does anyone wish to move that? Thanks, Mr. Watkins. Do we have a second? Second from Ms. Remke. I guess we will go to public comments now. Are there any public comments from those in the hearing room?
There we go. Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Lucas Evanson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Medical Association. First, CMA would like to thank the board staff for their review of our public comment. While CMA remains concerned that the potential fee would still impose a severe burden and make penalty relief cost prohibitive for individuals without significant financial resources, as stated in our letter, CMA appreciates the amendments staff recommended for incorporation into the proposed regulations. If the board continues to support the establishment of this fee, CMA requests that the board adopt the staff recommended motions. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Other comments in the room? All right, seeing none, are there any comments online?
If you'd like to make agenda item or a public comment on agenda item number 9, please do so by raising your hand or type something in that Q&A window. Give you a few seconds to see if anyone queues. Not seeing any requests at this time.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any comments before we have a roll call vote? All right, seeing none, Ms. Struther, if you could please perform the roll call vote.
Dr. Ayala Rodriguez? Yes. Mr. Arkatov?
Yes.
Ms. Chung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Ms. Remke?
Yes.
Dr. Solis?
Yes.
Solis.
Not me.
Not
Sorry,
you. You're Dr.
sorry,
Thorpe.
sorry.
You're Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you.
So yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Dr. Thorpe?
Okay, yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes. All right, that motion passes. And we are moving on to agenda item 10, discussion and possible action on legislation. Mr. Bone, I'm looking forward mostly to the Chiquita landfill bill. I'm kidding. Anyway, the floor is yours.
I applaud your enthusiasm, Madam President. Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Since the prior board meeting, the legislature's policy and committees have been working through a multitude of bills that were introduced earlier this year. And just a few days ago, they returned from their summer recess. Over the next few weeks, the legislature will continue to evaluate several hundred more bills that are still moving this year. Their session this year is scheduled to end on or about Friday, September 12th. As you can see on the color-coded tracker chart, staff suggests 3 bills for discussion today: AB 408, AB 432, and AB 876. Many of the bills discussed at the prior board meeting have not been amended, substantially amended, that is, since that meeting, or they were amended as the board requested, which is the case with Senate Bill 626. With AB 985, Madam President stole my thunder, that previously pertained to anesthesiologist assistants, and now it pertains to a certain landfill in Los Angeles County. So we're not going to be discussing that one. Unless there are any questions about landfills or other environmental issues, Madam President, happy to move on to AB 408.
Please.
Thank you. This is just an update on AB 408. There's no action required, and AB 408 is the board's sponsored legislation to create a physician health and wellness program, or PHWP, consistent with national best practices. This program would prioritize early intervention in health conditions that impair or could possibly impair a current or future board licensee from practicing in a reasonably safe, competent, and professional manner. For our newer board members, welcome. And if you haven't had a chance already, I would recommend reviewing the board's prior work on the development of AB 408, including the various comments we received through multiple public meetings held in 2023 and 2024. The material is available through the first link in the background section of the analysis of this bill at the bottom of page 1. Related to the topic of promoting mental well-being, the board members may be interested to know that the governor signed an executive order on July 30 that highlights the rate of suicide among males aged 15 to 44 and other deeply concerning trends related to loneliness and social disconnection facing this demographic. I find it encouraging to see that these topics of mental well-being continue to receive additional attention, which they sorely deserve. After the last board meeting, AB 408 was approved by the full assembly and by the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. The next vote on the bill is expected to occur next year in 2026. In the meantime, our author, Assemblymember Mark Berman, will be working with his colleagues to determine what updates or improvements to the bill, if any, can or should be made. In response to questions and comments from stakeholders and after consultation with President Lawson and Vice President Helzer, AB 408 was amended after the last board meeting. Those updates were largely clarifying in nature and don't change the essential aspects of the bill, and they are described on the first page of the analysis and reflected in the section-by-section description of the bill in the following pages of the analysis. In addition, you'll see that there's information related to some of the claims raised by opponents to the bill, and we hope the board finds that information to be useful. One of those resources is a letter from the Federation of State Physician Health Programs at the bottom of this analysis. Again, members, this is just an update. No action is required, and happy to answer any questions, Madam President.
Thanks. Any questions about AB 408? We need to take comments on this separately. Fair enough. Right, but are we going to do that now and then take up the other two bills? Why don't we do that? Let's, I'll make an executive decision. Let's take, see if there are comments on AB 408 now, because it's been a big deal. And looks like we've got a couple commenters in the room.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Gonzalez. I'm the Associate Director for the Centers for Public Interest Law and the Consumer Protection Policy Center, or CPPC. CPPC is a nonprofit, nonpartisan, academic, and advocacy center at the University of San Diego School of Law. We have examined and critiqued California's regulatory agencies for over 45 years. CPPC has strongly opposed AB 408 and the board's proposal to amend its physician health and wellness program. Although the bill advanced in the Assembly, in committees, several senators, even those who voted aye, made it clear they would oppose it on the floor. In fact, Assemblymember Berman pulled the bill from this legislative year following the contentious hearing in the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. CPPC's and the legislators' concerns are well-founded. The board continues to face possible financial shortfalls and staffing shortages, and has previously failed to administer a similar program. Creating a new diversion system under these conditions risks repeating past mistakes and undermining enforcement. Instead of pursuing this bill, CPPC would urge the board to focus on its core mission, protecting the public, with timely investigations and effective enforcement. We believe a legislative effort to reduce delays in disciplinary proceedings would do far more to protect patients than reviving a flawed diversion model. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next commenter.
Good afternoon, President Lawson, members of the medical board. My name is Aaron Meyer. I'm a practicing psychiatrist and associate clinical professor at UC San Diego. I'm here on behalf of the California State Association of Psychiatrists and the California Public Protection and Physician Health's work group in support of AB 408. These physician-led groups include experts who evaluate and treat physicians and other safety-sensitive workers. We thank the board for moving towards a modern physician health program, one that helps doctors get care early, which protects patients, preserves careers, and saves lives. Early referral to treatment is the best protection for patients. In states with confidential physician health programs, 75 to 90% of participants maintain sobriety and licensure. California is one of the only states still without a system. This means patients here must wait until a doctor is already impaired enough to be reported, which increases the likelihood of causing patient harm. The current system is not working. We look forward to continued discussion and work with you to bring an effective program to California. Patients deserve better, and our profession, with your leadership, can and will do better. So thank you for your commitment and for the opportunity to testify in support of AB 408.
Thank you for your public comment. Other commenters in the room?
Hello, my name is Lucas Evanson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Medical Association. CMA would like to thank the board and board staff for their leadership in working to make this long overdue solution a reality. CMA maintains that AB 408 represents a significant step forward in prioritizing both physician well-being and patient safety because it is a proactive public health-oriented approach to address physician impairment before patient harm has occurred. This approach has already been successfully implemented in 47 other states and reflects best practices endorsed by the Federation of State Medical Boards. For these reasons, CMA looks forward to continuing to support AB 408 as it continues through the legislative process next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional commenters in the room? All right, Sean, can you open it up online?
Yes, if you'd like to make a public comment on this piece of legislation, please do so by raising your hand or typing something in that Q&A window. First up here, we have Michelle Montserrat Ramos. Should be receiving that prompt.
I am Michelle Montserrat Ramos, and I am with Consumer Watchdog. We were pleased to see that AB 408 was held over for next year, as legislators acknowledged the considerable work still required on this bill. We hope to work with you to amend it so it does not adversely affect more lives as the last program did for Lord Montserrat, Tina Manassian, and other Californians. However, we must respond to the analysis and misrepresentation of patient advocates' concerns. They center on how AB 408 places patient safety at risk. The materials claim the program is not a risk to patients because it seeks to prevent unsafe practice. However, AB 408 poses a risk to patients because it makes no distinction between doctors who actually volunteer to go into treatment, those who are early interventions, and doctors who are referred to a program by the board due to a patient complaint, arrest, or 805 report, and the doctor faces board discipline. These doctors already pose a patient safety risk. AB 408 lumps them in with doctors who have never been reported to the board when they should not be treated the same. You claim that allowing participants to bypass uniform standards would effectively encourage doctors to seek help early. But this claim is not supported by facts. The former diversion program had no uniform standards and had the same confidentiality that AB 408 would replicate, and the participation rate was still low. It attracted only about 250 substance abusing doctors at any given time, despite estimates indicating that as many as 10,000 to 15,000 physicians in California will at some time point abuse substances. You claim the program is not secret, but AB 408 mandates secrecy in several ways. The bill leaves it to the program and doctors who enter treatment to decide what a program violation is and what gets reported to the board. The bill does not say a doctor's positive drug test, skip drug test, or other violation must be reported back to board enforcement staff for action. And the bill exempts participating doctors from the uniform standards, eliminating that transparency. The bill also creates a diversion committee charged with making decisions about participants without input or approval of board management or enforcement staff. Some individuals who withdraw or are terminated from the program may be reported to the diversion committee without revealing any identifying information. This prioritizes the confidentiality of substance abusing doctors over patients. You claim AB 408 improves on the old failed program that allowed doctors using substances to continue practicing, but in fact, it repeats its mistakes. You acknowledge that the former program failed due to underfunding and poor management, yet by identifying no funding and no viable financial plan, AB 408 sets the program up for the same staffing shortages and oversight failures that ended the last program. We notice the materials contain a letter supporting AB 408, but do not include patient comments. After the meeting, I will provide copies of our detailed concerns for distribution to all board members. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Edwin Kim. Edwin, you should be receiving that prompt.
Hi, yes, is my audio coming through?
We can hear you, please.
Excellent.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Edwin Kim, President-elect of the Federation of State Physician Health Programs, or FSPHP. Our mission is to support our 47 state PHP member programs across the country. The Federation is here to express our strongest possible support for Assembly Bill 408, which will permit the Medical Board of California to enhance patient safety through the mechanism of authorizing a physician health and wellness program. California has spent much time deliberating on the proper course of action, and we believe the bill charts a path towards a program which the public and physicians deserve. Right now, physicians who are struggling with burnout, non-psychiatric medical conditions, mental health issues, and substance misuse or use disorders are often too afraid to seek help. They fear a punitive reporting system to the medical board, the potential loss of their license, and the end of their career. This fear is made worse when all information is indiscriminately made public, which drives physicians underground. It forces dedicated healers to suffer in silence, which in many ways is a real threat to patient safety. AB 408 ensures a state-authorized, confidential, and non-disciplinary pathway for physicians to get the help they need. This is a proactive and preventative model that encourages early intervention, ideally before a physician's condition can impact the care they provide. Concurrently, to ensure public protection, there are safeguards to ensure the medical board maintains the authority for escalated intervention. Along these lines, it is important to understand that AB 408 is consistent with the protections outlined by the Americans with Disabilities Act and actively supports its spirit and goal. The ADA exists to prevent discrimination and provide reasonable accommodations for qualified individuals with disabilities. A confidential pathway to care supports a physician's ability to manage their health conditions so they can continue or return to practice safely and effectively. The program connects physicians to expert evaluations and treatment if needed. This pathway can help prevent an illness progressing to impairment. The Federation does not view physician health programs as infringing on protections afforded by the ADA. The bill outlines a program consistent with other state programs across the nation that work in accordance with federal and local laws and regulations. One final distinction on this matter is that the ADA protects a physician with a disability, but this does not supersede the responsibility to address situations of active impairment or threats to patient safety. This is a model of intervention that provides mutual assurance and verification of health and safety amongst physicians, the public, the medical board, and other major stakeholders. This proactive approach is not an experiment. It is the standard upheld across the nation. In fact, we have explicit permission from the American Medical Association to relay their support of the PHP model as supported by the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Maria Barr-Navarette. Maria should be receiving that prompt.
Hi, yes, my name is Maria Ibarra-Navarette. I am from San Jose. I'm a volunteer with Consumers Watchdog. I was really pleased to hear that AB 408 has been designated as a 2-year bill and appreciate that legislators have voiced their concerns about this bill. We have similar concerns. I find it troubling that you could claim that this legislation in its current form enhances patient safety. You already had best practices in place with the current uniform standards. Whoever these experts are that informed you that making the uniform standards a requirement as mandated by law would prevent substance abusing doctors from voluntarily entering the program and getting help early is wrong. Existing statistics show that the diversion program has a history of low participation rates. Substance abusing physicians do not seek help voluntarily or on their own. You can create a diversion program that is confidential with no standards and one that allows substance abusing doctors to fail the program with no consequences, and it will still not draw substance abusing physicians into this program. You know this, and we know this. You have had every opportunity to bring this program back since we were required to do so by law in 2016. It appears that you are insistent on creating a diversion program with no consequences for substance abusing doctors and putting our families' lives on the line. And for what? Another program with incredibly low participation rates. What is the point of this? All you are accomplishing is putting more Californians at risk. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next here we have Eric Andrus. Eric, you should be receiving that prompt.
New board members, notice how Mean Girl Christina questions, do we have to take comments on this now? You should want to see what the public thinks of each bill individually instead of limiting them to 3 minutes on all of them together. If she needs to rush out of the meeting, maybe she should reconsider being on the board. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Next, we have Tracy Dominguez.
Hello, I am Tracy Dominguez and I am from Bakersfield and I am a volunteer with Consumer Watchdog. I am happy to learn that AB 408 was designated as a 2-year bill. Having listening to the hearings, I appreciate that all the legislators have voiced their concerns and shared the similar concerns about this bill as we do. The former diversion program failed for many reasons. The establishment of the uniform standard was a crucial step designed to address these shortcomings. I was surprised to see you mention that the former diversion program failed because it was underfunded. It might not be clear to our new board members, but we currently have no funding and no concrete plan to fund this program. Substance abuse doctors should be seeking help from the many private programs available to them. If substance abuse doctors want to seek help, they should have done it so already. The stark reality is that the number of substance abuse doctors volunteering engaging from a former diversion program was alarmingly low, and only 2% of those with substance abuse problems stepped forward for help, even when the program was confidential and devoid of standards. Let us remember that your paramount responsibility is to licensed physicians and oversees their license, all while safeguarding the interest of the public. Yes, our families' lives matter too. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Finally, here we have Linda Bresnahan. Linda, you should be receiving that prompt. If anyone else would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, looks like Linda's lowered her hand. We're going to go to Tara M. Tara, you should be receiving that.
Oh, I didn't lower my hand. Is it okay to speak?
Yes, go ahead, Linda.
Okay, sorry about that. I think I just had some technical difficulties. So thank you. I'm Linda Bresnahan, currently the Executive Director of the Federation of State Physician Health Programs, and I formerly worked for the Massachusetts Physician Health Program for 30 years. And I want to speak in favor of AB Bill 408. I've seen the outcome of thousands of physicians' lives and careers saved by a physician health program that allows for a confidential referral with accountable steps to refer to the board when patient safety is at risk. PHPs have strong outcomes, including a study that shows physician health program graduates have reduced liability risk over their peers in the same specialty who have not been part of a physician health program. The evidence exists that these programs work both to restore physicians' careers and for patient safety. This bill in California has the elements for a physician health program to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next here, we're going to Tara M. I'm going to send you that request again.
Are you able to hear me?
There we go, Tara. Thank you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Sorry about that. I just would like to respond to the mischaracterization of the ongoing concerns mounted by physician disability advocates. We are concerned that the homogenous leadership of the FSPHP is largely comprised of those with personal experience in addiction and recovery, although we applaud their recovery. Recovery from substance use disorder does not encompass the full scope of disability the PHPs claim expertise and capacity to manage and entrap into this diversion program. Their rigid model is incongruent with the spectrum of neurodivergence, mental health, and other physical ailments experienced by licensed physicians and medical students. The program is grossly incapable of managing or treating. None of the research provided by the FSPHP supports their efficacy beyond substance use disorder and does not employ randomized control trials to substantiate their self-prescribed standard best practices. Non-psychiatric medical conditions should not defer to a program designed for substance use disorder and recovery. The PHP is grossly ill-equipped to provide comparable care or treatment than is provided through a physician otherwise. This has not been clarified with the disability community to date, but we encourage a dialogue and for continued work on this bill.
Thank you, Chair. This time I don't see any additional requests.
All right, we'll bring it back to the room. Any further comments? All right, seeing none, since this is not an action item, I think we move on to AB 432.
Thank you, Madam President. AB 432 encourages physicians to take continuing medical education courses in perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopausal care by offering double CME credit on those courses. The incentive offered under this bill is limited, and physicians who take courses on these topics could receive a maximum of 8 hours in relation to their 50-hour CME renewal requirement. This bill presents a novel policy approach by creating an incentive rather than a requirement for physicians to take courses on certain topics. When we discussed this bill at the May board meeting, the bill at that time required physicians in certain specialties to take 10% of their required hours in these same topics. The board opposed the language that mandated licensees take those courses, in keeping with longstanding policy positions from the board. The board staff do not have a recommended position on this bill, and the downstream impacts of it we think are unknown. As the board discusses this one, staff have noted various questions for you to consider. Those are included on page 3 of the analysis. The other provisions of the bill require health insurers to cover certain evaluation and treatment options for perimenopause and menopause. The board did not take a position on that portion of the bill at your last meeting. Happy to answer any questions, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. Does anybody have any questions, comments? Yes, please.
Just for the CME part, like I am against like diluting the CME because I think that 1 hour is 1 hour, and I think that giving double credit, like it's just something that I wouldn't encourage, specifically because that also is going to open the door for possible CME credits or stipends. So I oppose that part.
Thank you. Any other comments? Any comments from the public in the room?
Hello, my name is Lucas Evanson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Medical Association. CMA supports this innovative approach to incentivize both the development of additional courses on menopause and physician participation in CME courses covering perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopausal care where appropriate. While we understand Dr. Ayala's reservations, we believe that the issue merits pursuing a creative solution to strengthen physician education in this important area. The board retains full authority to evaluate the program and address any issues through the sunset review process in the future. For these reasons, CMA respectfully urges the Medical Board of California to support AB 432. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments in the room? How about online, Sean?
If anyone would like to make a public comment online about AB 432, please queue up now by raising your hand or typing something in that Q&A window. Maybe a few seconds. Not seeing any requests at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. I would refer you again, as Mr. Bone did, to page 3 of this analysis that has 4 questions for us to consider, if we'd like to do that. Dr. Thorpe?
Well, I think this is a very important topic, and I think it's probably under-recognized in terms of the number of women that are aging into this area of their life. And there's really a lot of information in this area, but it's also the quality of the information is sometimes at risk. So having an actual well done continuing medical education program that would apply to all of the docs who have well, I guess the way it's reworded now would be an incentive for people to take this because it would double their CME credits for taking these courses. Potentially, you could take 4 hours and get 8 hours of CME. I understand Dr. Ayala's concern, but I do think we have to, there is a limited amount of time available for docs to get CME. So we need to figure out a way to try to incentivize them to do the things that we really do want them to do. And so this is an innovative way to do it. So I think there's a need, and I can understand the innovative approach to it. And I would say perhaps if we're going to do it, that we should put a sunset clause in there to time it out in a certain amount of time and then reevaluate it again to see, let's try it for 4 years. And then if it's not functioning well, then sunset it and we have a chance to relook at it again.
Dr. Mahmood?
Just for clarification, is this going to be mandatory for every licensee to take this CME credit for 4 hours?
No, it's an incentive.
It's an
So
incentive,
if you
not
take a course in one of those topics, then you get double credit up to a maximum of 8 hours.
If you opt not to take it, it's not
There's not a downside or penalty or anything like that for not taking advantage of the opportunity.
It's voluntary. There's no need to put even sunset on that. Why? If somebody wants to take it, they can take it.
I think the idea of the sunset is to see if the incentive approach is working, right? To see if that makes sense or to see if it creates some sort of cascading effect of other CMEs with incentive.
I'll support this in the way it is, to be honest.
Other thoughts? This is an action item for us, potentially, if we decide to take a position. We could take a non-position.
Yeah, the board is currently neutral.
Correct.
I think that's the difference, because previously presented, it was a requirement to take a CME. And instead of giving the stick, we're giving a carrot. And so I think it's very important, menopause, perimenopause, health is 50% of the population. And so we want to encourage doctors to learn about this. And so I think it's a good incentive. And I completely agree with Dr. Thorpe in that if it sunsets, we can actually look at the data to see how successful it is. Is it a model we can use in the future? If there's some other topic that we want people to be aware of and be up to date on, then it's another option to move. So I second Dr. Mahmood's motion.
So it would be a support if amended position. Is that what I'm hearing?
I actually haven't heard a motion.
I haven't heard a motion either, but I'm trying to clarify if a support if amended to include a sunset clause.
I'll move to support if amended.
Is that the
For what length of time? How many
I think
years?
4 years is what Dr. Thorpe suggested.
And
Is
then
that-
but it's up to the board.
Okay.
And then just a kind of a clarifying question. If the purpose, if I understood from Dr. Thorpe, is to do some sort of a study or some sort of an analysis, then, and I might need help from some of my other peers where we've got the board, we verify, we audit about 5% of our folks. So for those who are not audited, I don't know how the board would necessarily be aware of what particular courses those individuals had been taking. So I'm just thinking out loud with you all in terms of what's the data collection and analysis opportunity that we're looking for.
One of the things that when you take a CME course and you get credit for it, in these courses, you could include a waiver for notification to the board that the board, for purposes of studying this approach, would be just reviewing the efficacy of the CME or something to that effect. I don't know.
Yeah,
Harry could probably give better language, but.
But I don't understand. I mean, I respect your thing. What is the downside on just people keep on taking it? It's just voluntary. Whoever wants to take it, they can keep on taking it for 20 years. What is downside? It's not taking anybody away. Okay, you have to take it. I'm saying that what's the reason to put it sunset or put it?
I think
limitation?
my original in favor, sort of supporting Dr. Thorpe's idea was because Dr. Ayala said we're diluting credits. What subject do we do to give preferential treatment.
It will be diluting if it was mandatory, like it came before when we had the discussion. This is now, if somebody wants to take 50 hours, something else, they can take it.
Right.
If we say, okay, you have to take 4 hours, then it's diluting. It's not diluting. I mean, you want to take, not to take, you opt not to take this, you cannot take it. So it's not going to affect anybody unless somebody has an interest in. Obviously, a pediatrician is not going to take it. Why? Yeah, exactly. Or an ENT like you would not need to take it. Our ophthalmologist is not going to take
But you
it.
might take
The
it because
family
it gives
medicine.
you double the credit. So you have to take
Yeah,
half.
so
half as
whoever
many.
wants to take it, give them the credit and things come later on. I would
Dr.
support.
Thorne? Yeah.
Well, I think that's the way it would dilute it is that it would incentivize people by giving them double credits. So you could get 4 extra credits without spending 4 extra hours. That to me, that has some interest,
And this way we know if the pediatricians and the ophthalmologists are taking it, obviously this is something that, they're doing it because they're getting double credit. And I think going to the CME, all CME programs have to file paperwork to be accredited. We can take those statistics because I know CLEs you have to file, it has to be accredited. CME, is it possible to get those type of data on how many people, because they have to issue certificates on you completing this program. And so with that, we can do it from the back end rather than the waiver, which is easier to.
So it sounds like to me that there's an interest in having some data collected, but I'm not sure that from the dais right now, we're going to figure out how to get that data. So I think we can provide that feedback to Mr. Bone to talk to the author about potentially. It sounds like there's interest in the sunset and maybe a motion being made.
But I would say why we are so skeptical about doctors. They're honestly, people are going to come and cheat on this thing. Why you think the doctors are just going to do that? They are really going to be very honest. They'll take only if they need it. And I will respect 99.9% doctors. They will only take it that way. We should really not suspect people, okay, they're going to come and sneak those 4 more hours just because of that. People who's going to take 46 hours, they're going to take 50 hours, whatever is required there. And I strongly believe that should not.
So because there's no second, I amend my motion to support the bill.
Thank you. And I second you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second for just straight up support.
Thank you. That clarifies. Thank you.
Any further comments? I actually have now forgotten whether I took public comment. Did I take public comment?
No, not yet.
I did take public comment.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
Yes.
yes, CMH, yes,
Yes.
I did. Okay,
yes. Just kidding. You did. Great.
great,
Thank you.
okay. Any further comments? Ms. Remke?
I just think it's from a policy point of view, this isn't a good road to go down. I can imagine we start to get legislation every year on someone's most important issue. And so when do we stop doubling the credit? I just don't think this is a good approach.
Okay. Other comments? Okay, well, let's take a roll call vote on the motion, which is to adopt a support position on AB 432. Ms. Struther?
Dr. Ayala Rodriguez? Mr. Arkatov?
No.
Ms. Chung?
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood?
Yes.
Ms. Remke?
No.
Dr. Solis?
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe?
yes.
Dr. Sai?
Yes.
Mr. Watkins?
Yes.
Dr. Yip?
Yes.
Ms. Lawson?
Yes. All right, that motion passes also with the support position for AB 432. And we are now moving on to AB 876.
This bill establishes in statute a scope of practice for certified registered nurse anesthetists, or CRNAs, who are registered nurses that have received additional education and training that qualifies them to provide anesthesia services. These providers are regulated by the Nursing Board of California, not the Medical Board. During the prior quarterly meeting, the board discussed but did not take a position on the bill. Since then, the bill has been substantially amended, and the new version has mitigated but not fully addressed the concerns raised by the medical community. Included in the language was a link to comments provided by physician advocates at the last legislative hearing on this bill. The recent amendments removed language that would have codified specific authority for CRNAs to perform certain services in acute care facilities, outpatient settings, and dental offices. The current version of the bill is more narrowly focused. It codifies the scope of practice for CRNAs and establishes certain discretion for them to select, implement, and modify the modality of anesthesia for a patient. I understand that the physician community remains opposed to AB 876, and they are requesting further clarifying amendments to the bill. There is no staff recommendation for a position on the bill. If the board remains neutral, we will continue to monitor it and report back at the next board meeting. That concludes my prepared remarks, Madam.
Questions, comments from board members? Dr. Thorpe?
I would just say it seems appropriate at this point to just remain neutral. We don't really know the details of the bill, and I would just say let's remain neutral on this, but that's my personal opinion.
Other comments?
I agree with Dr. Thorpe.
Okay, let's hear. Great. Let's hear from the public if there are no further comments. Any comments from those in the room? How about online, Sean?
Yes, if you'd like to make a public comment on this piece of legislation, please raise your hand or type something in that Q&A window. Give you a few seconds. Not seeing any requests.
Thanks, Sean. Bringing it back to the board, any additional comments? Any motion to support or oppose? It sounds like the board wants to hold at neutral.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Bone. We are moving right along. Let me get back to my agenda. All right, we have one more item on our agenda for this evening, which is discussion and possible action on recommendations from the Special Faculty Permit Review Committee. And Ms. Chung, thank you for pinch hitting into this role. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll be making a brief presentation on 3 recommendations from our committee. And afterwards, I will be making a motion to approve these recommendations. So the first recommendation relates to Dr. Mohammed Pakran. At our June 11th, 2025 meeting, the committee reviewed and discussed the application of this doctor for a special faculty appointment with the Loma Linda University School of Medicine, LLU. So if you want to follow more details, it's on our agenda item 11 in your board packet. Dr. Pakran is eminent and internationally recognized expert in the field of glaucoma. So he possesses a diverse surgical skill set, including the micro incision and the some doctors could help out in this, the trabeculotomy. So I think it's a special surgical. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yip. So he's, as you see from his bio, he's very, very skilled, and this will offer LLU patients more treatment options for uncontrolled glaucoma, more than they are currently available. He has authored over 100 publications, and from 2012 to 2019, he served as the glaucoma section head at the Shahid Beheshti University. He currently serves as an associate professor at the University of Texas Medical Branch Department of Ophthalmology. Dr. Pakran's expertise will greatly benefit the population in the Inland Empire, which is an underserved population, and the LLU Eye Institute manages tertiary referrals of glaucoma patients in the region. While the Eye Institute previously had 3 full-time glaucoma specialists, it now only has 1. So recruitment has been difficult, and there's a critical need for glaucoma surgeons. If approved for the special faculty permit by the board, Dr. Pakran will hold a full-time faculty position at the Loma Linda Eye Institute, providing glaucoma and comprehensive ophthalmology care within LLU, Riverside University Health System, Social Action, COPS Clinic, and the LLU Surgical Institute. He will also share emergency glaucoma on-call coverage, serve on the comprehensive on-call coverage panel, and assist with the LLU hospital inpatient consultation service. Additionally, he will continue his scholarly activities, including clinical research and teaching medical students and residents. So our committee recommends that the board approve Dr. Pakran's application for a special faculty permit. The second recommendation pertains to Dr. Kanishka Thiran Jayasundara. At our July 30th, 2025 meeting, the committee reviewed and discussed the application for Dr. Jayasundara for a special faculty appointment with the UC Davis School of Medicine. And please refer to your packet for more detailed information on doctor's qualification. Dr. Jayasundara is a nationally and internationally recognized expert in inherited retinal diseases. He is board certified by both the Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Ophthalmologists and the American Board of Ophthalmology. At the University of Michigan, he is tenured professor in the Department of Ophthalmology and Visual Science, Associate Chair of the Strategic Planning, and Director of the Inherited Retinal Diseases Program at the Kellogg Eye Institute. He specializes in retinal and vitreous diseases, particularly inherited retinal degeneration and inflammatory eye conditions. Dr. Jayasundara holds a NIH R01 grant and is an active researcher with over 100 peer-reviewed publications. And if approved for a special faculty permit by the board, Dr. Jayasundara will hold a full-time faculty position as a tenured professor. Additionally, if approved by the board, he will be appointed as chair of the Department of Ophthalmology and Vision Science at UC Davis and director of the Ernest Shannon Eye Institute. His roles will include developing referral lines from the community to the university to grow clinical practice, supporting the research mission of the department, overseeing the recruitment, promotion, and retention of the faculty, and spearheading fundraising efforts, also supporting the service expectations of the faculty and the staff. The committee recommends that the board approve Dr. Jayasundara's application for a special faculty permit and appointment as chair of the Department of Ophthalmology and Vision Science at UC Davis, and also as director of the Ernest Shannon Eye Institute at UC Davis. The third recommendation relates to Dr. Hettis Keda Kali Os. At our July 30th meeting, our committee reviewed a request from UC Davis to appoint special faculty permit holder Dr. Oz to division chair of neuroradiology in the Department of Radiology at UC Davis. And the details are also in the agenda number 11 in your packet. Dr. Oz is also internationally recognized for her clinical and research expertise in neuroradiology and pediatric neuroradiology. Her areas of expertise include imaging of epilepsy, autoimmune diseases, neurodegenerative and inherited metabolic diseases, also brain tumors. Elizabeth A. Morris, MD, professor and chair of the Department of Radiology at UC Davis, is recommending Dr. Oz's appointment as division chief of neuroradiology in the Department of Radiology based on her extensive body of work and outstanding clinical competence and leadership shown in her current position at UC Davis. Dr. Oz currently works at UC Davis under the Special Faculty Permit 48 as a professor in the Division of Neuroradiology and Director of Neuro-MRI, contributing to new and novel protocols introduced to UC. Dr. Oz was previously professor and chief of neuroradiology at the Hacettepe University. Additionally, she was an affiliated professor with the National Magnetic Resonance Research Center at Bilkent University in Turkey. She has engaged in many projects and multidisciplinary research endeavors and has numerous publications and citations of her work, which exemplify her distinguished academic and professional standing. The committee recommends that Dr. Oz be appointed Division Chief of Neuroradiology in the Department of Radiology at UC Davis. This concludes my report on the committee's recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Chung. Are there any questions or comments from the members? Dr. Yip.
I move to accept the recommendation. One question just to clarify is the last Professor Dr. Oz, she already hold the permit, and now is that another category of permit, or how does it work?
It's because they want to appoint her as division chair, and so that requires board approval for her to be appointed at that level.
And what would be her license, like 213, 2168, or same
It's
thing?
Still a special faculty permit, so it doesn't change her permit number.
I
It
see.
just
Because the
the
position
board
change.
approves her being a division chief.
Is there a time frame on this? 4 year, 6 year?
No.
So as long as you stay in the previous, there's no need for reapply. But if you get promoted or become a director, etc., then you need another one, right? Like in this case, looks like.
She doesn't need a new permit, but she
Right.
needs approval from the board
Right, doesn't mean.
for that level of position.
I see, okay. So move to accept recommendation for 3 faculty.
Thank you. Do we have a
Second.
second? Thank you. And Dr. Ayala Rodriguez has a question.
Yes. So for example, as a couple of them like have or at least one has like an admin position. For these like faculty permits, is there a specific amount of hours, as like clinical hours? For example, this one is like a chief position. Is the intent of the program like to bring like doctors to see patients directly, or is there like any room like for admin positions like that? Because for example, looking at the other one, like Dr. Kanishka, like part of the description is overseeing recruitment, promotion, retention of faculty, fundraising efforts, and things like that. So is that like part of the program, like that kind of like job description?
I think there's a lot of flexibility with what they do in the work. They just have to have they have to be academically eminent to qualify for a permit under 2168.1. And they have to be offered a full-time position. And then there's a couple of different categories in there. There's not a certain number of hours that they have to be performing, clinical work. They're designated as faculty. So I'm sure there's admin, there's fundraising, there's all kinds of stuff that they may be tasked with doing.
Any further questions? We have a motion and a second, so we'll take public comments if anyone has any. All right, I'm not seeing anyone jump up in the room. Sean, can you check online?
Yes, if anyone would like to make a public comment on this agenda item, please do so by raising your hand or type something in that Q&A window. Give you a few seconds. Not seeing any requests at this time.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions or comments? All right, Ms. Struther, please perform the roll call vote.
Dr. Ayala Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Arkatov,
Yes.
Ms. Chung,
Yes.
Dr. Mahmood,
Yes.
Mr. Imke,
Yes.
Dr. Solis,
Yes.
Dr. Thorpe,
Yes.
Dr. Sai,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Dr. Yip,
Yes.
Ms. Lawson.
Yes, that motion passes. All right, we are going to recess. Let the record reflect it's 5:04. We have said we'd end at 5, so we're pretty close. We're going to recess till tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll see you all then. Thank you.